everyone. It is 5:30, and we want to say hello to our joining audience. Welcome to our board meeting, and I am going to ask, let's see, I see screens on the board. Dr. Flores, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Everyone, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the
United States of America
and
to
to
the
the
republic
for which it
which
stands,
stands
one
one
nation,
nation
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for
justice
all.
for all, and justice for all.
Excellent. I think we almost did that in harmony. We're getting there. All right, at this time, I will have an approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second,
All right, it's been moved in second. Dr. Hill?
what am I doing?
I'm calling for the vote.
There's a motion to
Oh,
approve the agenda.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Has Mr. Gallo joined us yet? All right, and Gwen Rogers, aye, motion carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move to 1.4. Our inspirational message is coming from Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, everyone. First of all, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another promising school year. We are faced with challenges and obstacles, but we're also welcome with opportunities to think outside the box, to be innovative, and truly transform the future of education, providing opportunities for all to succeed. With that, we also recognize the social challenges everyone is facing. And here's a quote by Brian Stevenson. The true measure of our commitment to justice, the character of our society, and commitment to the rule of law, fairness, and the equality cannot be measured by how we treat the rich, the powerful, the privileged, and the respected among us. The true measure of character is how we treat the poor, the disfavored, the accused, the incarcerated, and the condemned. Brian Stevenson. We all are called upon by our community servants for students. Sometimes we need a reminder of our duty, as our focus is on the systems, processes, policies, and often we get up in the motion of things. In this climate, whether it's in reference to the pandemic or many of the other struggles people experience in their daily lives, I believe it's important to center people's humanity. Politics aside, I am taking this opportunity to remind everyone to think about the humanity of those around us. We are living in a consequential moment as we experience a pandemic. That is a challenge everyone, not only scientifically, but socially. It's impacting everyone. This pandemic unveils the priorities of institutions and the lack of thereof. I am grateful for the servants of the school board, school district that prioritize the humanity of students and families. So just wanted to welcome everyone back to an amazing school year. I only heard great things from parents, from students themselves, and I seen our board president, Gwen Rogers, was also interviewed. So honestly, this was a great way to show that regardless of the obstacles we're faced, we are up for the challenge, and I really truly believe we're going to be setting forth the future of what education will look like. So thank you, everyone.
I was muted. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. That was beautiful. We definitely are so excited about this new year, and here we are. So we're also excited about our parents as usual, because we know our parents give us some wonderful intel. And so I am just happy to know that they're all ready for the new year. We'll be hearing from them. We'll be hearing from CAC. So tonight we're honored to hear on the 2.1 from our District English Learner Advisory Council, their annual report. And I saw her on the screen. I can't see her now. There she is. Welcome. You're muted. Unmute.
There. Thank you. Welcome everybody to our meeting. I would like to do my report of DLEC as of 8/4/2020. and welcome to our new year of the school. I'm going to do my report in Spanish. I was told that it was sent to you guys in English, so by request of my parents and some of my students, they said that it will be good to do it in Spanish. So I'll do it in Spanish, and I hope I do good, okay? Buenas noches al presidenta Mesa Directiva, la doctora Rogers, vicepresidente Wyatt, miembros de la Mesa Directiva y doctor Bocomore y gabinete. Me llamo Rosa Loera, soy la presidenta del Comité Consejero del Distrito para Estudiantes Aprendices de Inglés, DILAC por sus siglas en inglés. Es un placer para mí presentar al DILAC en este informe en la Mesa Directiva. Al DILAC le gustaría compartir algunos de los momentos más destacados y orgullosos que tuvimos el año pasado. También nos gustaría pedirles a su ayuda en temas que nos gustaría mejorar y ampliar. Seguimos estando muy orgullosos del apoyo de nuestra mesa directiva y gabinete a los programas multilingües. Continuaremos trabajando arduamente para apoyar expansión del multilingüismo en SBC-USD. Estamos orgullosos del Departamento de Programas Multilingües y del trabajo que se ha hecho hacia el multilingüismo. Agradecemos a la mesa directiva por las clases adicionales de español en el nivel de las escuelas secundarias y por el continuo apoyo hacia nuestros programas bilingüismos. Muchos padres están muy agradecidos y orgullosos de todos los programas de idiomas que nuestro distrito ofrece y pedimos que continúe apoyando y expandiendo estos programas. Uno de los eventos del año pasado del cual nos sentimos particularmente orgullosos, fue el del concurso de historia latina del distrito. Fue maravilloso ver lo bien preparado que estaban nuestros estudiantes. Agradecemos a los maestros que los ayudaron a prepararlos y al Departamento de Programas Multilingües por este maravilloso evento. Nos gustaría ver el concurso de historia latina expandida para aumentar la participación del nivel secundaria y nos gustaría ver participación en nivel primaria. También queremos felicitar a los más de 2,400 estudiantes que fueron reclasificados en el año escolar 1920. Nos gustaría reconocer el esfuerzo de todos los maestros y administradores, facilitadores del lenguaje y padres que ayudaron a los estudiantes a reclasificarse. Agradecemos al Departamento de Programas Multilingües por mantener la reclasificación como un enfoque en nuestro distrito. Nos damos cuenta de que con el nuevo criterio con el que no estamos de acuerdo y con las complicaciones de los exámenes durante el COVID, los números de reclasificaciones pueden reducirse, pero estamos decididos y asegurarnos de que nuestros estudiantes sigan teniendo todas las oportunidades para ser reclasificados. Pedimos al Departamento de Programas Multilingües que continúe asegurándose de que nuestros estudiantes sean reclasificados cuando sea apropiado y que sean adecuadamente monitoreados. También estamos muy agradecidos por la colaboración del Departamento de Programas Multilingües y el Departamento de Participación Familiar. Se ha llevado a cabo entrenamientos para los padres en programas digitales para aprendices de inglés y en Google Classroom. Sin embargo, creemos que se necesitan más entrenamientos. Muchos padres todavía no se sienten cómodos con la educación a distancia. Varios padres han expresado que no se sienten que lo que sus estudiantes están aprendiendo durante la educación a distancia es suficiente. Respetuosamente, pedimos que haya más capacitación para los padres sobre la educación a la distancia y cómo acceder a los programas. También hemos escuchado que todavía hay muchas familias que no tienen dispositivos o puntos de acceso. Muchos también dicen que los dispositivos son muy viejos y los puntos de acceso son muy lentos y no son apropiados. para el aprendizaje a distancia. Por favor, asegúrense de que nuestras familias obtengan lo que necesitan para que sus estudiantes puedan participar de manera significativa en la educación a distancia. También nos gustaría ver una mayor comunicación entre los profesores y los padres. Por último, debemos explorar que los recursos y los fondos aprendices de inglés se gasten en las necesidades de ellos mismos, especialmente en esta época de aprendices a distancia. Los estudiantes que están aprendiendo inglés como segundo idioma se ven particularmente desafiados durante el aprendizaje a distancia. Necesitarán mucho apoyo adicional. Por favor, pongan a disposición los fondos para la tutoría, los programas en línea y la capacitación de maestros y padres para ayudar a nuestros aprendices de inglés a tener éxito. Queremos agradecer a la mesa directiva y al gabinete por su continuo apoyo a nuestros estudiantes de inglés y a sus familias, y esperamos colaborar para asegurarnos de que nuestros estudiantes y familias tengan éxito durante el aprendizaje a distancia. El DLAC continuará trabajando diligentemente para cumplir con los requisitos establecidos por el Estado de California y para asegurarse de que nuestros aprendices de inglés, el distrito continúe prosperando y teniendo éxito en sus metas lingüísticas y académicas. También nos comprometemos a ser la voz de nuestras familias y esperamos con interés nuestra colaboración en la mesa directiva y el gabinete, el Departamento de Programas Multilingües, para apoyar el éxito de nuestros estudiantes y sus familias. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Loera. And we appreciate it. We did get a copy to also review. I know in the past, probably in the long distance past, we used to be able to post for our district advisory councils also on the web.
She froze. You better take over, Scott.
All righty, thank you. And I was wondering what happened there too, and I was muted. So
And I have a question.
let me
I
take a
didn't
look.
get a copy
All
of
right,
the-
Danny, go ahead.
I didn't get a copy of the presentation. Where's the presentation at?
Mr. Tillman, it wasn't a presentation, it was a report that she read, and I just emailed it to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, I think the presentation is important, so I hope we're going to post it where the public can read it, or maybe someone can read it now. I mean, it's critical that I'm a board member, you're getting a report to me. Sadly, I didn't understand anything you said, and I haven't heard the report. So
I agree with you, Danny. It should be read in English now.
So if someone has it, they can read it maybe?
I have it. I can read it.
We
Thank
can have Karen read it for you, board.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, here you go. Good evening, Board President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, board members, Dr. Volkemer, and Cabinet. My name is Rosa Loera, and I am the District English Learner Advisory Council Board President. It is my pleasure to represent the DLAC in this board report. The DLAC would like to share some highlights and proud moments we had this year. We would also like to ask for your assistance on items that we would like to improve or expand. We continue to be very proud of our board and cabinet support for multilingual programs. We will continue to work hard to support the expansion of multilingualism in SBCUSD. We are proud of the Multilingual Programs Department and the work that has been done around multilingualism. We thank the board for the additional Spanish classes at the middle school level and for the continual support for our biliteracy program, Many parents are very grateful and proud of all the language programs that our district offers, and we would ask that we continue to support and expand these programs. One of the events that we were particularly proud of this past year was the District Latino History Bee. It was wonderful to see how well prepared our students were. We thank the teachers that helped prepare them and the Multilingual Programs Department for this wonderful event. We would like to see the Latino History Bee expand to increase participation at the secondary level, and we'd like to see participation at the elementary level. We'd also like to congratulate the approximately 2,400 students that were reclassified in the 1920 school year. We would like to recognize the effort of all the teachers, administrators, ELFs, and parents who helped their students to reclassify. We are grateful to the Multilingual Programs Department for keeping reclassification a focus in our district. We realize that with the new criteria, which we do not agree with, and with the complications of testing during COVID, that reclassification numbers may be reduced, but we are determined to make sure our students are still getting every opportunity to be reclassified. We ask that the Multilingual Programs Department continue to make sure our students are reclassified when appropriate and properly monitored. We are also very thankful for the collaboration between the Multilingual Programs Department and the Family Engagement Department. There have been trainings for parents on digital programs for English learners and on Google Classroom. However, we feel that more training is needed. Many parents are still not comfortable with distance learning, and many parents have voiced that they do not feel that what their students are learning during distance learning is enough. We respectfully ask that there be more parent trainings about distance learning and how to access programs. We also have heard that there are still many families that do not have devices or hotspots. Many are also saying that the devices are very old and the hotspots are very slow and are not appropriate for distance learning. Please make sure our families are getting what they need so their students can meaningfully participate in distance learning. We would also like to see greater communication between teachers and parents. Finally, we must implore that resources and funds for English learners are spent on the needs of English learners, especially in this time of distance learning. Our students who are learning English as a second language are particularly challenged during distance learning, and they will need much additional support. Please make funds available for tutoring, online programs, and teacher and parent trainings in order to help our English learners be successful. We would like to thank the board and cabinet for their continued support for our English learner students and families, and look forward to collaborating to make sure our students and families are successful during distance learning. The DLAC will continue to work diligently to fulfill the requirements as set forth by the state of California and to make sure our district English learners continue to thrive and succeed in their language and academic goals. We are also committed to being the voice of our families and look forward to our collaboration with the board, the cabinet, and the Multilingual Programs Department to support the success of our students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, so much. I think I'm back on. I had a technical glitch, but Dr. Wyatt is keyed up in the event that I freeze up again. Thank you so much for that, and I appreciate you reading that was sent to us so everyone will know what was said. So again, thank you to the Advisory Council for coming tonight. We are now going to go into our closed session. Yes, Mr. Tillman?
Yes, on the great report, I'm glad we were able to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate your feedback. And some of the issues you brought up go across not only your organization, but all the students in the district. I heard the concern about the IT, and I really think for this first week, Dr. Volkemer, you got to find a way to do an all hands on deck. So whoever has any kind of technology intellect within the district, if you can train them on the basics for logging in and how to manipulate the system, then they should be offered up during these morning periods when people are trying to get online. I had the same issue here at my job when we took 2,000 employees and moved them to work remotely. So a lot of the problems are easy problems to solve, but they're complicated when you first get it. And the only solution is going to be to have a lot of people available to answer calls and provide support for the parents and students as they're trying to get onto the systems. So hope if you're not doing it, then maybe, by the end of the week, we can have 20 or 30 people where we can just transfer these calls to them and they can take it. I know you have a IT staff. They can just set aside time to do nothing but this. It'll be a big help to the parents, I think.
Definitely, and we were kind of receiving some of those calls, and we were receiving right away that they were getting responses. So we were really grateful from logging in, from trying to, those different things that you spoke to, Mr. Tillman, were. But
Madam President, the real concern is they said in the correspondence that our current vendor is overwhelmed.
Right.
To me, that means that there are people who are not getting through. That's going to build a frustration.
Right.
Telling you there's a way to eliminate that.
Wow. Dr. Volkmer, would you like to respond or go ahead? And then Dr. Flores, I'll get you.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Tillman. I was making a note to just address it during my comments, but I'll do it now. We spent about an hour this morning reviewing our data from yesterday, which was quite high. And as you mentioned in the correspondence that I sent to you today, our external vendor was overwhelmed. So we've actually retooled. We're getting our micro computer specialist 1 people involved, some of our certificated people to spell them. And so we really are doing an all hands on deck.
Okay.
And our IMT team knows it's an immediate need. So we should see some relief very, very quickly.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Flores?
Yes. So I've experienced some of those technicalities that Senora Loera expressed. And Danny, I don't know if you know anything about connectivity and access, but when, I'm in visiting my mom and she's in a working class area, and the access, the cell access is very low on that side of town. And I have to come all the way on the other side of town where my sister lives because there's more cell towers. And so probably that's probably the problem you had, President Rogers, is the connectivity right now in terms of access, because of cell tower, and also many people using it. My hotspot doesn't work. I bought a new hotspot just to make sure that I could connect, and it didn't work yesterday when I was on it went in and out when I was on a Zoom meeting, right? So, Danny, how do we deal with that, Danny?
You bring up a good point. Now, if you notice, I do the meetings from my office. I only do that because of the strength of the bandwidth here.
Right.
If I'm at home, I can't count on the residential bandwidth to be consistent for 4 hours, right?
Right.
And you bring up a good point, and the district needs to explore this. All hotspots aren't the same. So you may have T-Mobile may work better in one area, but then Verizon may work better in another area. So we really should explore using different models. So maybe that's a thing we should look at. Dr. Volkmer is looking at all of the different telco companies and wireless companies that we have access to, and then have the district staff. They can easily take those hotspots out there and get a feel for which ones give you the most bars in different areas. And that's what's going to make the difference.
And I have that concern too, Mr. Tillman and board and cabinet, for our teachers. Our teachers, live all in different areas.
Yeah.
What about if they don't have access and connectivity? I mean, that's problematic.
And one thought I was thinking about, and we could do it and ensure that we have the spacing, but maybe we can do something where we open up some of the schools just for internet cafes. For instance, if you have teachers that live in Big Bear and there's no way they can get the proper level of bandwidth to hold a class, then maybe they can drive down to a school and be in a classroom and have access to the district's network. I think that you're going to have to do something like that for the areas that don't have the connectivity that's needed to conduct a class. So we don't want to shut down the sites from that perspective, because you can really, ensure you maintain social distancing, because you're only going to have one person in that classroom. But I think it's going to get to a point, Dr. Volkmer, we're going to have to do that.
And that prompts me, Dr. Volkmer, to inquire what is our broadband capacity in our district. And also, I recall we passed about 4 or 5 years ago, 7-0, board passed a proposal for, I don't remember the name of the company. They were going to put an apparatus on our LED lights throughout the city, our schools, so our kids could access our broadband, right? Our internet. And so I wonder, if that.
We didn't do that, Dr. Flores.
I know we didn't, but that is a possibility. I mean, I don't know how much that would cost or what it would.
We looked at it. It wasn't reasonable.
It wasn't reasonable. Okay.
No.
Dr. Volker, did you come back up in the screen? Did you come back up in the screen? I'm going to go to Mrs. Loretta. I think she's on there. I think she had a comment. I can't see her, but I do see her in the chat. Is she still on? Rosa, are you still on?
She's on mute. There you go.
Yes, I'm here. I do have a comment. What Senor Tillman said is to have like a cafe for the teachers to come to the schools. I have a comment about what happened this morning. My two sons were having their class and the internet from home was not working at all because we live in an area that the internet is terrible. And then Santiago started using his little box that they gave him from Chavez, and it wasn't working either. So he's like, I'm gonna start walking to Vermont, and I'm gonna sit outside of Vermont and do my work at Vermont. So I told him, okay, you want to do that? Go ahead. So he went to Vermont, and he was outside of Vermont doing his work because he heard me that I was talking to Ms. Perez, and he heard that she was there. So he went outside of Vermont and started doing his classes outside.
Well, I also think that's good,
great.
but I also think we should complain vehemently to these internet providers that, we're paying all this money and our people don't have access. So what's up, right?
We do. One of the programs that we have here is the Spectrum, and you see those little buses everywhere, Moscow, because they're not working. It's not working at all.
Right, but I mean, not just you complain, our district complain.
But that's the issue. That's the issue nationwide. Because telco companies do not drop fiber, and that's what it takes to give you good bandwidth to sparsely populated areas because it costs too much money. But I think we can find solutions. Number one, Dr. Volkemer, is to have the text go out and find out which hotspots work the best in different areas, and have that dictate which type of hotspot that user gets. And Ms. Saucedo, the student that went to Vermont was a smart student, and they can come work for me one day because they knew where they could get connectivity and they went there. But maybe, Dr. Volkemer, we look at ways of maybe it has to be limited, but as a last resort, maybe even we have to open some of our classrooms for just one or two students to have access. We got to find solutions, and we're dealing with the infrastructure we have right now. Even if the telco companies agree to do more, they won't be able to do it overnight.
And there's another problem. I don't know about you guys, but when you have 3 or 4 people in the same house using the internet, that's problematic as well.
And Dr. Flores, let me offer up one solution, and then, Madam President, I'll get off of it.
Because I just want to make sure that we don't go into a decision-making aspect.
Right.
It's not on the agenda, so we're responding to the comments. So let's make sure that we are doing that.
Technically, it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda because the report is.
This was part of this. We want to hear from Ms. Lorera and her concerns, and then we can take it up and agendize it.
It is an agendized item, and all of the things in the report is agendized.
Right.
So this is valuable, and it is within Brown Act compliance.
Okay. Well, I'm getting comments that we're slippery sloping. So go ahead, Mr. Tillman.
So one big thing that will help you, if you're in a household and if someone has a device like a gaming device, what you want to do is, if you can, plug the device directly into the wireless router, because then that'll free up your Wi-Fi. Another thing you want to consider is if you're using your wireless computer, you want to go as close to the wireless router as you can. That'll make a big difference.
I know, but what if you have 4 kids in 4 different grades?
Yeah, then we have to give out more
Right.
hospitals.
Right.
So Dr. Volkemer, you're capturing all of that, and that will be what you can look further into, and we can see how we can do better. Thank you, Ms. Loretta. Okay, you keep moving on my screen. I see you up there. Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate that. And definitely notes are being taken so that we can look into that to make things better for you and all the parents that are having those concerns.
Thank you, and thank you very much to everybody that will listen to me, and I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Okay, I think we're now going to move into our closed session. So thank you again, viewing audience. We will see you shortly. We will move now, board, into closing out this and going into our—
Madam President?
Yes, wait, let me look.
I do have a public comment related to closed session.
Okay, got it. Go ahead.
Okay. This is regarding 4.2, the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources position. Human Resources plays a significant role in SBCUSD. I'm sorry, this was anonymous.
Okay.
This position oversees several key functions in the district that impact students, both directly and indirectly. First and foremost, hiring the best and the most qualified individuals to serve our students. Everyone nowadays is wildly pro-integrity, but our students and staff need leaders who genuinely believe and actively model integrity beyond the buzzword. Core values are like the foundation of a building. Like a building, leadership ability is only as good as the foundation it is built on. Integrity requires you to make the right choice against influence from politics for the greater good of the district and for its students, because a leader without integrity is dangerous. The greater good for the district and its students means putting the right person in this position who will hire great individuals for our students, not based on who they know or their ethnicity. That's it.
That's the only one?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, we will adjourn to closed session. Okay. Let me get back to my agenda. All right, we're welcome. We're coming back to our public view audience from our closed session, and so we're going to move forward with our board meeting, and we are now at reconvening to open session 4.1, alternative high school principal. So these are listed individually. So I am going to read them. I think they're out of order. Yeah. All right. Alternative high school principal, Dory Stratton. Effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 035.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All right. If there's no discussion, we'll take a vote. Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers? Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. Our next one, I'm navigating. That's why I'm turning you guys. Okay. 4.2, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. All right. We have, let me make sure I have the right one. All right. Sandra Rodriguez, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 69.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. And I'm going to navigate back again. 4.3, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services.
Actually, President Rogers, I apologize for interrupting. I think you just did 4.3.
Did they go? Because the first one was out of order. So
Okay, so you need to do human resources now.
Human resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 4.2, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. All right, let me click over. All right, Marcus Funches, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 070.
So
Move
moved.
to approve.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let us vote. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers? Aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. And I want to say to all of them, congratulations. If you were at our board meeting, we would ask you to stand, but we're giving you a virtual applaud right now from our board. I think you can see me clapping. Congratulations. Welcome to the cabinet. We are so proud to have you. And I'm just going to say go Cardinal just because Mike and Dr. Wyatt forced me to. But congratulations to you all. We're so happy. Okay. 5.0, public hearing. 5.1, memorandum of understanding, school reopening, continued school closure related to coronavirus 19, COVID-19 between the San Bernardino City Unified School District and the San Bernardino Teachers Association. All right, the hearing is open. Is there a motion?
So move.
Are there any comments?
I thought we have to go over comments, any public comments?
So
Make a motion and then.
yes, we've
discussion.
yes, thank you, Mr. Gallo. We've looked at it and we're trying to get this part clear. And so it is a motion We will find out if there are any public comments after that. Then we will go into the discussion and the vote.
I motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Rogers, there is Ashley comment, and I have another separate comment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Rogers, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Vitas-Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. On Thursday, July 25th, the district and SBTA came to agreement on an MOU that continues to outline the impact of SB 98, the budget trailer bill, distance learning, and reopening our 2020-2021 school year and its effect on our working conditions. The MOU is before you this evening for approval. We believe it's a fair and reasonable agreement, and our bargaining team spent many hours working on it in the collaboration with the district in order to continue to support our members during this unprecedented time. Tonight, I urge you to vote to approve this agreement so we can continue distance learning, which began yesterday as we opened our 2020-2021 school year with no disruption to our members. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Is there another comment?
Yes, I have one from a teacher. And it goes to all members of the board. I am a teacher in the district and my husband teaches in another local district. I highly recommend you reconsider this MOU for 120 minutes of live teaching daily. If my school only has 3 classes a day to teach, that is equal to 40 minutes per period. That is too long, and I find myself and my colleagues looking just to fluff up the lessons to meet that requirement of 40 minutes of live instruction per class per day. It is not planning authentically. My husband's district only requires them to meet live to take attendance, check on how the students are doing emotionally, and whatever time is needed to explain the day's lesson. Then they have office hours to answer any of their students' questions through email, phone calls, or social apps, such as Remind, for the remaining of that current period. Keep in mind the state of California required no minimum amount of live or asynchronous teaching. I understand we should have daily interaction with our students, but 120 minutes is a bit much for 3 classes a day. 120 minutes is putting unneeded stress on teachers across our district. We can't teach if we are stressed, which can lead to sickness, etc. Thanks, board, for your time and looking out for the safety of SBCUSD teachers thus far. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any discussion?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
I know that we touched on it earlier in public, but again, I just want to make sure that teachers know that if they need devices and hotspots and connectivity, that we as a board support that, and that we, of course, want to support them in every which way. This is all new to us, to everybody. And so we're embarking on uncharted waters. And as we go along, we're going to be learning and, be open to possibility, be open to, solving, troubleshooting in terms of where we're going with our kids and ourselves as well. So those are my only comments.
All right, board. If there are no other comments, we will go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. I'm clicking on the public comment, and I know there's usually a statement there. Dr. Wyatt, can you click on the public comment section and see and read that statement into 6.1?
Yes, Madam President, and hopefully I am on. Let me double check because I'm going back and forth between the document and that. Okay. 6.1, receiving public comments. Public comment is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N2920, dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brand Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Any person wishing to make complaints against a district employee is asked to file the appropriate complaint form prior to this meeting. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And we'll receive our public comments. Karen?
Okay, I'm ready. Here we go.
How many do we have?
About 27. I read fast though.
Oh no, I welcome them.
Okay, the first one is from Jasmine Peck, and she's a parent. And she says, I am worried that kids are going to get behind with social distance learning. My daughter attends Cole Elementary, and this school in particular already has low test scores and academic standards. Their schedule so far is to be online from 9 to 1 p.m. with a break and lunch break, leaving only about 3 hours of actual online school time. To me, as a parent, this worries me. I feel that all the schools should be the same as far as schedules, and they should be online until at least 3 p.m. as if they were attending school. Giving kids assignments and leaving them without actual teaching will not be the same. I'm a working parent and will now have to spend more time teaching my daughter when in reality she should be receiving this by the school. I understand they cannot return to school, but I would like to know why the school schedules vary and why teachers cannot teach online the same amount of hours as they would if they were in an actual school session. Next one is from Rachel, a parent. I appreciate the effort teachers are putting into online instruction, but the elementary schedule is way too long. My second and fourth graders are expected to be on the computer all day from 8:50 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. That is too much time for anyone to be staring at a computer, especially young children. My high schooler has a more manageable schedule than the little ones have. At least her classes are done at lunchtime, and then she just has her independent work to do later in the day. This meeting with teachers on and off the entire day is too much. Please look at each school schedule and make sure it is appropriate for children. Next one is anonymous. I am a parent with students in this district, and I listened to the board meeting on July 14th. As a parent, I was sick to my stomach when I heard students detailing some of the racist, violent incidents they suffered at the hands of some teachers in this district. I can only imagine the hell students have suffered here in silence and how powerless they felt. Students, particularly Black and brown students, are not physically and emotionally safe in many of your schools, and that is a shame. While it is unacceptable that these instances, and undoubtedly many more, occurred on your watch, it is even more unacceptable that the teachers named still have their jobs. It is also sad that Mr. Tillman attempted to discredit the stories by asking whether all the comments could have been submitted by one person. In the face of stories like the one where a teacher literally put children in a trash can, and the one where someone was so stressed from experiencing a racist interaction that they vomited, Mr. Tillman's only response was to ask a question meant to discredit the victims. That is very disappointing coming from an elected official meant to protect kids from these exact situations. The board gets to decide who keeps their job and who loses it. The board gets to decide what policies will protect the students in their care. The board gets to help demand that teachers be prevented from and held accountable for any racism they perpetrate while on the job. Please do something. Help our kids. I don't feel comfortable delivering my children to you knowing they can suffer irreparable trauma from experiencing racism daily in your schools at the hands of people who you refuse to discipline. Racism has been declared a public health crisis in San Bernardino County. With that in mind, the health of your students is in jeopardy every time they enter your schools to face people like the ones mentioned in the last meeting's comments. What will you do to protect the children? How will you resolve these issues? This is a parent's nightmare. It is your responsibility to address this in a way that you will make a lasting change for the students, parents, and community members who should be able to trust you. Secondly, before the pandemic, people who wanted to submit public comments would have to stand and face the board and have their faces broadcast to the world on YouTube in a method that could be extremely intimidating. This may be what prevented people from coming forward sooner about the racist injustices they faced in this district. Please consider this and allow the anonymous online submission of public comments to remain an option after the pandemic. If you care about equity, you will continue to give all members of the community an outlet to address you, even if they cannot physically attend board meetings when everything reopens. Addressing the board shouldn't have to be an act of bravery. The people clearly have something to say. Hear them. Next one is from Anonymous. Why are so many principals requiring schedules from teachers with far more minutes than what was agreed to in the MOU and required by the state? I've seen this now as a parent and a teacher. Who is reviewing these schedules to be sure admin is following the rules and not exhausting teachers and students by requiring they stay online all day with a 30-minute lunch as the only formal break? The next one is anonymous, but it's a parent. You need to open up the schools. You're only hurting the children. They are not going to learn, and this is a waste of tax dollars. Homeschooling sounds great now more than ever. The next one is from a parent. The distance learning platform is very difficult with 3 kids and working parents. Seems like a waste of time. The next one is from Jessica Garcia, and she's a parent. I would like to know why student class schedules vary in time. Example, my son is enrolled at Indian Springs and has 20-minute gaps between classes. My nephew who is enrolled at Sandee is starting at 7:30 a.m. and my daughter at Serrano Middle School has classes back to back. Also, we are having challenges accessing Google Classroom because of time delays with it loading. I was informed this morning that if I schedule an appointment to turn in my daughter's iPad for repair or updates, there is no available iPad she can use to attend school. So then what do we do? I'm doing my best as a parent to keep them motivated about online classes, but if I can't get them logged in on time while juggling my 8 to 5, what are the options? I know this is new for all of us and that the district is doing everything possible to provide quality education, and I appreciate it, but there has to be alternative solutions if our students are being held accountable for getting logged in on time. The next one is from Melissa Bustamante, a parent. Frankly, mandatory distance learning disregards the needs of our children and minimizes the importance of the lengthy lapse in education. Many of our kids are falling through the cracks for the greater good. It eliminates our choice and seizes taxpayer money earmarked for education while removing our right to decide what's best for our child. It also casts aside those of us who must work, who have no choice. We have no malice towards our teachers, simply stating what many of us feel to be the truth. My husband is an essential being in manufacturing and has to go to work every day, irregardless of the dangers. So do grocery stores, clerks, etc. It's been said before. Teachers should be paid hazard pay and go back to work or decline and take a leave. The focus needs to be getting them back in the classroom. Our special needs students need instruction in person. There are many who are struggling right now. The school district has an obligation to provide services for these kids. If not, give us the money and let parents make the choices. Here are specific suggestions. 1, respect our time as parents. Office hours need to be after school until at least 7 p.m. No more last-minute requests for parents to pick up materials, giving only daytime hours. That works well for office staff and educators, not for us. 2, ship computers, devices, and replacement items to parents and students. Stop making us take time from work, go to the warehouse on E Street, make an appointment, again during daytime work hours only. Or let us pick up devices and replacements at our local schools after hours. Again, this benefits us, not you. 3, stop with multiple means of communication. It is confusing. Check us out on Instagram, listen for the call, email us. Some schools are releasing updates only on social media, and I am not getting email updates from them. That is not acceptable. Please email us. These are, and then in parentheses, Cesar Chavez and North Vermont. 4, special needs students need to be back in school right away. No excuse for pretending distance learning will work for them. 5, open the schools, give teachers and parents the option. Our kids' education is critically important. No more delays. The next one is from Alyssa Lopez, a parent. I have 3 children and 2 are required to be on most of the entire day. I work from home, but I am in meetings and calls most of the days besides my regular workload. I am also in college as well, ending in 2 summer classes, awaiting to start 4 fall classes. My youngest is autistic and in special education classes, as well as attending his behavioral therapy during the day. I truly do not understand how the state expects us to assist our child, multiple children for me, for almost the entire school day, work from home, do my own schoolwork, and keep up my household, let alone sanity. My oldest daughter is online in Google Meets from 8 a.m. until 3:30 p.m. with little breaks and lunch in between. My middle child is on from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. with 2 breaks in between. And my youngest is having to miss his morning Google Meets due to ABA therapy and has to come home to do Google Meets again in the afternoon, which I've had to help and assist with all 3 meetings and work. And we're still expected to assist with homework as well. I truly believe our children are going to be the ones who lose the most here, besides us being stressed out. This one's from Michelle, parent. The number of hours spent with the teacher in Google Meet is ridiculous, and I'm left to teach my child things I do not know. As well, parents with other children in the home who are not of school age can make it extremely difficult to teach children who are in distance learning. Extra tutoring in person would be the only option for my son, who has special needs, to succeed in this distance learning chaos. That option is not available, so I'm left to wonder what type of education my child will get. He is behind in math, and he has only excelled in reading because of my family's religious background that promotes reading aloud and together. I'm saddened that this is occurring, and I will seek to have my child held back if possible so he can get an education he deserves. This is from Anonymous. 8:50 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. is too long for my elementary student to be on a computer each day. I understand that those would be the hours if school was in, but that would include recess, time for PE, social interaction, and more than a 30-minute break for lunch. Distance learning is not the same as going to school, so the schedule shouldn't be the same either. The state requires 4 hours per day of time on the computer for distance learning, so I don't know why we are having kids sit for 7 hours. My high school student meets with teachers in the morning and does his independent work after. That is a much more reasonable schedule than being tied to the computer all day. My child deserves time to move and play like they would get during the school day. So please adjust the elementary schedule to let him do that. The next one is from Olivia. She's a staff member. I want to express my concern to the board about employees working on school sites. As a classified employee, I am being asked to work in the front office. My concern is that other employees and my school administration feel that once we're in the office and we are just answering phones, they feel free to take off their face covering. I sit at my desk answering phones and working at my computer, but feel very uncomfortable that my school administrator is speaking to me without her face covering. I thought it was a mandate that we must either wear face shields or face covering the entire time we are working in the school office. I don't want to get anyone sick or get sick from someone else because they are not wearing a face covering. Please enforce this rule with our school administrators. The next one is from district teacher. The district was absolutely not ready for opening on August 3rd. They have left teachers, administrators, and other school staff ill-equipped to handle all of the technical issues and challenges that have arisen. In classrooms, the devices being used vary. I have students using iPads and others using Chromebooks, and they don't work the same way, so troubleshooting has been a nightmare. Unfortunately, it is the schools and more particularly the teachers who are the face of this incredible blunder on the part of the district and the board. Teachers and schools are bearing the brunt of angry parents and frustrated students, all while handling our own frustrations and challenges. The fact that the negotiations between the unions and the district went on so long left schools scrambling to come up with schedules at the last minute, angering and frustrating parents, students, and teachers. Aside from that, programs needed for distance learning were not all up and running for teacher or student use. The decision to go full distance learning was a good one for safety and health, but despite the amount of time everyone had in between, things still aren't working. Why was there no emergency meeting called to deal with this in a timely manner? Why were the powers that be so unwilling to push back the start date a week or two? It seems very little thought was truly put into planning for this reopening, and teachers, students, and parents are paying the price. Then to wait until 2 days after school begins to hold a board meeting to approve the MOU, there are just no words. 1 second, I want to take a drink of water, please.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. The next one's from Cheryl Richardson. She is the SBTA rep for Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. Good evening, board members and cabinet. I am writing you on behalf of the 25 SBTA members that I represent, as well as parents. During several board meetings, I have submitted comments addressed to this board regarding Savant being located on Del Vallejo's campus. As of this date, the parents, community, or staff do not have Savant's protocols for how an elementary will conduct its business on a middle school campus, especially during a pandemic. The health, safety, and well-being of students, their families, and staff must be paramount during these times of uncertainty. The COVID safety protocols have already been developed and submitted for Del Vallejo. However, Savant has not presented their safety plans, which leave many with well-founded concerns. The May 19th board meeting, Dr. Mitchell stated that Del Vallejo has always had low enrollment, less than 500 students. Our current enrollment is 752 and growing. Furthermore, the staff was informed that if Del Vallejo were to have an enrollment count above 500, that the neighborhood students would be put elsewhere or district boundaries would be redrawn. Many of our students walk their siblings to and from school. What will happen if they are capped out of their home school? It would be shameful to further deprive this socioeconomically deprived community of their rightful place within their own neighborhood school. Neighborhood kids must always have first priority. Why do you feel as though it is fair for neighborhood schools to be bused to another school when they live a stone's throw away from their home school? This is not productive for Del Vallejo students, and it certainly is not making hope happen for them. Savant has a facility use agreement with SBCUSD for the next 6 years. How is this possible when Savant has a current contract that expires June 2021? This would mean that there are 2 different contracts running concurrently with 2 separate dates. Is the board automatically renewing Savant's contract without sticking to its own regulations? Education Code Section 47614B, which states that charter schools should be placed on sites with similar grade levels and facilities to the charter school grades that are served. Again, at the May 19th board meeting, Dr. Mitchell stated that putting Savant on an elementary campus is in direct competition with our district's elementary schools. How is this possible since these are supposed to be SBCUSD students? This board stated that Savant students are SBCUSD students and should be considered as such. Therefore, how can there be competition? When this was brought up to SBCUSD, the response was, the district's analysis of all candidate sites was submitted to the district board in an attorney-client privileged document. The district board is aware of its legal responsibilities with respect to providing facilities to charter schools and its offer of facilities to Savant was in accordance with those legal requirements. This does not answer why an elementary would be on a middle school campus when the Savant students are SBCUSD students. Savant students should be put on an elementary campus since there is space readily available on elementary campuses. Finally, I am not sure that this board was given complete information on how many classrooms or how much of the campus would be used. The contract that this board approved for Savant to be housed at Del Vallejo will not only take our newest addition, a small special education building used to test special education students in a secure, safe environment that allow them to decompress, but our computer lab and yearbook lab as well, which houses our Wi-Fi with 20 or more drops for computers that no other class on our campus possess. I am hoping that during this pandemic, this board would take not only the most highly at-risk students into consideration, but also search for a suitable site for Savant. Thank you for your time. The next one is from James, a parent. I wanted to address the board on the issue of distance learning. Today, I heard one of my child's teachers rudely telling her students that they must turn on their cameras while in the live session. We could hear the student and see their avatar, but the student didn't want to turn on his camera. Later, I found out that the reason this child didn't want to turn on his camera was because he was embarrassed because his mother had laundry all over the living room that she hadn't folded or put away yet. I don't think we should be putting our students through this because they can't control whether their parents clean the house or not. I think making a student turn on their camera during live instruction when they have a dirty house causes self-esteem issues and can later lead to bullying. The next one is from Maria Lopez, a parent. The tech company has been a problem from the day one of my kids. Got a Chromebook 5 years ago. My kids got a Chromebook 5 years ago. There is no change. They don't really answer the phone, and when they do, they aren't helpful. Appointments that so long away from date. Okay, appointments are so long from the date I call. School sends me to them, and they aren't a help. It's the second day of school, and my kids have 2 broken Chromebooks, and tech company says they are backed up 2 or 3 weeks. Now my kids can't learn. I'm very upset. Mr. Tillman was right about pushing the start of school back until district can make sure they have what kids need to learn. Mr. Safety Officer said they were ready and had enough devices or laptops. The lies keep coming, and unfortunately my kids and other kids are suffering. The next one is anonymous from a community member. The public comments made in the last board meeting are unsettling. Those comments need to be investigated because students should not feel unsafe. I hope that the board will work to rectify these concerns and make sure that incidents like these will never happen again. The next one is also from anonymous. The board needs to hold the teachers mentioned in the last meeting's public comment accountable. Students need to feel safe in whatever classroom they enter. If they are speaking up and sharing their experiences, it is the board members' job to listen and work to rectify these concerns. The board will also need to make sure that incidents won't happen again. Okay, the next one is from a parent. Good evening, board members. With the district expecting teachers to teach live and then teachers expecting students to sign in and do everything live while parents are either at work or working from home and are unable to assist students, does not make sense. I understand for older grades, this is perfectly fine, but for students that are unable to read directions, how are they expected to do this? I understand the board has expectations that parents or an adult is supposed to help or guide students. But if they are working and are unable to help, then what? When I brought my concerns to my first grader's teacher, school principal, I was advised that if my student did not sign in throughout the live teaching, he would be considered absent. How is that fair? Teachers are staying home, schools are not open, and you are expecting parents to what? Change their work schedule, even though you have not? Take a leave of absence to homeschool our children? Why are recorded lessons not being offered to the parents that do not have the option to stay home, or if they are home, are unable to assist with getting their student online and following instruction? When you have a child in kinder or first grade or any early age unable to read and multiple students on a video chat that are asking questions and interrupting each other, where is the learning? I understand no one has all the answers as this is all new, but I do believe that there is a better way to assist the parents, which in turn will assist our students. My students' teachers are only available till 3 in the afternoon, again, while parents are at work, which in a normal school world would be fine because my student would be in class and could ask all the questions before leaving, and their homework would not determine their participation for the day. But if homework is due each night or they may be considered absent, again, was told this by my first and third graders teacher and school principal, there is confusion. Again, what is a parent supposed to do? I believe recorded lessons where the parents can sit and assist their students would be very beneficial. I have a great support system and I am still struggling through this. I cannot imagine for the parents that do not have anyone to assist. Where is their help? Where are their options? I think the board can do better and I think the schools can do better as well. Thank you for your time. The next one is from a district employee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the concerns of a concerned parent of a student at Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy concerning having an elementary school on a middle school campus and the district spending almost $450,000 for fence and playground. Del Vallejo has been through so many transitions in the last year. They have also had many losses with staff at Del Vallejo School, just like in the fall of last year that the students are still talking about. There has been a change in leadership, only to be told that Del Vallejo is going to have classes taken away to accommodate elementary students on the campus. The lack of compassion you have shown to the vulnerable students and staff at Del Vallejo is alarming. After renaming the school, coming up with an agreement with secondary ed for class size reduction to improve overall student achievement and having it taken away. These are things that the principal has discussed with us in our SSC meetings. I am in favor of Savant being able to have a home. However, to use district funds is alarming. Not only did you break our trust, but you have violated your own policies. I am asking that you place Savant on a K-5 or 6 site, which is appropriate, and you won't spend funds for that. Signed, a loyal Del Vallejo parent. The next one is from Deirdre Howard. She's a parent of a student currently enrolled and also a community member. My concern, as well as other parents at King Middle School, we were very disappointed to find out that our students would have Ms. Smith as their resource worker, but she would not be their elective teacher. I don't know if this was a decision made by the school board or by the principal. Either way, the kids having an IEP, special ed, or RSP should not have to experience another tragedy when they're barely adapting to the pandemic that we are all having to deal with. I, as a parent and a community member who is born and raised on the west side of San Bernardino and still resides in the city of San Bernardino, ask one thing of SBCUSD School Board. Please give these babies back their elective with Miss Smith, a woman who goes above and beyond for all the kids. Thank you. The next one is from Alfredo Cornejo, the parent. Thank you for providing distance learning to our children. Their health is first priority. Okay, the next one is from a teacher. Can we use Zoom for our classes if we are comfortable? I remember Mr. Tillman saying to let teachers use what they are comfortable with. Zoom has a better feature where if a student is being inappropriate, you can remove him from the live classroom session and they can't rejoin the class without your permission. They go to a waiting room. Okay, the next one is from Gilbert Diaz, a parent. I am a parent of a 5-year-old kindergartner, and I am unable to participate in the synchronous learning requirements to log in daily that my child's school has indicated is required. Section 43502A of the Education Code, as amended by SB 98, states, and I quote, "A local education agency shall offer in-person instruction and may offer distance learning," end quotes. Emphasis added to may. Furthermore, section 43503B6 of the Education Code, as amended by SB 98, states, quotes, daily live interaction with certificated employees and peers for purposes of instruction, progress monitoring, and maintaining school connectedness. This interaction may take the form of internet or telephonic communication or by other means permissible under public health orders. If daily live interaction is not feasible as part of regular instruction, the governing board or body of the local educational agency shall develop, with parent and stakeholder input, an alternative plan for frequent live interaction that provides a comparable level of service and school connectedness, end quotes. So to use the words from the statute, it is not feasible and an alternative plan is needed for those with children unable to participate in synchronous learning without parent help because parents are working full-time. The state purposely creates the law with some generality and gives discretion to local school districts because what works for a rural district may not work for an urban district. In this particular district, I recall that this board acknowledged the problem of two parents working at the school board meeting on July 14th, 2 weeks after SB 98 was signed into law, and the board was advised by experts to be compliant with new law. And when board member Tillman asked about two working parents, he was told by the expert that the children would not be counted absent if child could not log on because they were in childcare. This did not come to be as I was told unless I logged in twice by my child's school and teacher. They would have to be counted absent according to notice sent by my child's teacher on July 31st. So the district failed to take feasibility under the amended education code that SB 98 accounted for, and I believe even known to board member Tillman and board member Flores. I disagree with a statement that the state law says my 5-year-old has to be logged in twice daily at 11 a.m. and then at 12:30 p.m. for 30 minutes or be considered absent. The state law does not say that anywhere that I can find, but my school did say this. My concern is that my district's plan for distance learning does not provide me equal protection under the law. The next one, is from, let me get to it. ICUC youth leaders, Arturo Orozco, San Antonio High School alumni 2019 graduate, Guadalupe Dolan, sophomore at Pacific High School, Natalie Salcido, senior at Cajon High School, Evelyn Chavez, San Bernardino High School alumni 2020 graduate, and Sandy Valdez, Arroyo Valley High School alumni 2020 graduate. Honorable members of the board, interim superintendent, and cabinet. As you all must be aware, the California Education Code designates the last 2 full weeks in April and September to be high school voter education weeks. This provides an opportunity for high schools and their students to partner with county election officials to promote civic education and participation on campus and foster an environment that cultivates lifelong voters and active citizens. Thankfully, we have great leaders here in our district that made it possible for our district to align with this California Ed Code by passing a resolution back in 2017 that reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares September 17th through the 30th, 2017 as high school voter education weeks and encourages schools throughout the district to participate in programs and activities that help register eligible students to vote while encouraging others to become informed citizens committed to being active voters once they reach voting age. This resolution was a great start and has opened the doors for a lot of great work to happen here in our district. Just in the last 3 school years, over 50 ICUC youth leaders have received training and have helped over 4,000 of our peers register and pre-register on our school campuses. We are extremely proud of this work, but also continue to dream bigger. We have come to a point in our work where we would love to see long-lasting change and increased leadership from our school district on this. In these last 3 months, we have had multiple conversations with a number of board members and have shared why this work is so important to us as students and products of this district. As students, we believe it is important for pre-voter registration and voter registration to be offered on our campuses because it helps encourage young people to learn about the voting process and to not be intimidated by it once we become of voting age. Because of this, we want to see a policy passed in our district that would create these opportunities on every single high school campus. We also believe that it is important to have familiar locations available for students and families to go to on voting day. This is why we believe that it is important to look into our school campuses becoming polling locations. We see this moment as a great opportunity for our community. We need strong leaders that will help ensure the youth vote doesn't continue to be suppressed, how it has been across history. Thank you for the work you have put into moving this at the district level, and we look forward to continuing to be partners in this. And I think I've lost a page, I'm sorry. In this, and then it said something. Oh, and for the years to come. Sorry, thank you. And our last public comment is from Amy Carr. She's a parent, and she asks, is there an online service to process payments for ASB or any other student fees? My son earned 2 patches, 1 varsity letter and 1 captain's patch from Cajon High School's wrestling team. I would like to pay for the 2 patches so we can add them to his Letterman's jacket. He graduated in June and will be starting college this month. I'd just like to give him a positive memory from his senior year. Thank you for your time. And that is it for the public comments.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. And I'm sure Dr. Volkmer, from what I could see, you were taking copious notes. And the beauty is you will have all of those. So hopefully some of those will be answered in our presentation tonight, but it's very important that you capture all of those questions for our parents because we want to continue to provide that support. I think that's very, very, very important. And we thank you, parents. We thank you so much for giving us that input. It's important for us. So I am going to board, just so you know, when my screen went down, I needed to read, when it went back up, I see the be it resolved for the memorandum. So I want to double back and make sure we get that clear on the record. Mr. Tillman, you're leaning forward. I don't see anything in the comments, but you good?
You can
Okay.
tell I'm leaning forward?
No, I can see you. You popped up in my screen like you were going to say something. Okay, so I'm going to read this one only because, again, it went blank in here. All right, the memorandum of understanding for schools reopening and continued school closure related to coronavirus 19 COVID-19 between the San Bernardino City Unified School District and the San Bernardino Teachers Association. It is recommended that the following resolution be adopted. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts the memorandum of understanding MOU schools reopening and continued school closures related to coronavirus 19 COVID-19 between the San Bernardino Teachers Association, SBTA, and the San Bernardino City Unified School District. On July 23rd, 2020, the district and the San Bernardino Teachers Association, SBTA, agreed to the following memorandum of understanding: schools reopening and continued schools closure related to the coronavirus 19 COVID-19. In addition, the memorandum was submitted to the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools for review. During this review, the County Superintendent of Schools determined the impact of the memorandum of understanding to be the collective bargaining agreements on the district's budget, ending balance, and general fund reserve. The summary of the proposed memorandum of understanding with the SBTA bargaining unit setting forth the fiscal impact of the MOU is included in this board agenda board review and makes them available to the interest of the public.
So move.
Second.
I have a comment, Madam President.
Yes.
You know, I want to thank the Teachers Association for working with us to get this agreement. But I also want to say to the teachers and other district staff and to the parents that this is a work in progress. You know, 2 words that came up tonight was chaos and blunders. And those are, I think, 2 words that really sum up the situation we're dealing with. And I think even with this agreement, it's a starting point. You heard tonight some parents saying that the amount of time that teachers are asking the students to be online is too much. And then you heard some parents saying that the amount of time that teachers are asking students to be online is not enough. So no one's going to be in full agreement on how we should proceed, but I think it's going to become obvious what the best fit is. And I think the key is going to be flexible to meet the many, many needs of all parties involved. And there will be a win-win in terms of the best way to move possible. But we all have to be willing to make changes as we go. This is brand new, so it's going to be tough. This is one of these situations as a school board member where I get to feel like we're in a car and the car is spinning out of control, and we just have to have the fortitude to hold on tight and don't give up and find a way out. And I think the best way to do that is remember that this is not going to be long term. We're dealing with a bad situation right now, and we're just trying to ensure that students get some education. We know it's not the best environment for education, but we want to make sure that we move forward with educating our kids as much as possible in a bad situation. So with that being said, a call for the question.
All right, we will take the vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you.
You didn't ask me.
Oh, Mr. Tillman, you were, I'm sorry, Mr. Tillman.
Abstain. He's driving, he's too busy driving that car.
Exactly.
Out of control.
All right, we will move to 7.0 reports and comments by union organization. I know Miss Bita Alakala, she had to come back on, right? Did she make it back on?
Yes, apparently there was some glitch with the closed captioning that kept saying I was saying skip when I was muted. So I just want everyone to know that I was not speaking and my my microphone was muted during the entire comment section.
Thank you. Okay, so we're at 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Good evening again, President Rogers, Interim Superintendent Volkamer, Vice President Dr. Wyatt, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Bita Salcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. I've heard from several of our teachers over the past 2 days since we started the second day of the new school year, which began in district learning. And I've been really encouraged to hear that our educators were excited and happy to see their new students participating in high percentages in the virtual environment. And their students were equally excited to see their teachers. As Mr. Tillman just said, this is a work in progress. We've completed the first part of this journey with the continuation of the original MOU, and now we're going to start working on another one that is related to an eventual physical return to school. We know that the governor has set forth some new guidance around what school districts can do and when they can reopen based on certain indicators of the virus and working with our public health partners. And we know that starting our year virtually with students is not what we hoped for. Our members want to be physically with their kids and their students. They want to be in person, they want to be teaching. And I do again want to thank the board for prioritizing the safety of our employees and our students in making this decision. I also want to thank Cabinet, specifically Mr. Tillman and Dr. Perez for working with us to allow Zoom as an option for teachers to use as a platform to reach their students. I also want to let you know that I heard from one of our sites and a member at the site who was trying to get onto a meeting when she was there this week giving out devices. And she ended up having to use her phone as a hotspot because the bandwidth at the school site was not able to accommodate her being on a Google Meet. She also shared with me that at her site, they had taken over 150 calls in one day, walking parents through logging on to the virtual classroom. And so I want you to know sincerely that our certificated members are really working hard to meet the needs of our parents and to help them at all hours of the day beyond their contract time. And I don't think this situation is unique to this one site, because I've heard it many, many times. I heard it in the spring too. So I just want you to know that, our sites are really pitching in and getting in there and helping out, specifically our certificated members who may not be assigned to classrooms. And, we have been distributing and replacing hundreds of devices as quickly as possible. So just want to close with a reminder again that, we hope as we continue to move forward through this distance environment and eventually to what, comes next, that we consider how the magnitude of the virus affects our members. Each day, I keep hearing more and more people that I personally know that are affected by the coronavirus. And, we've been lucky not to lose anyone yet in our SBCUSD family. So I just encourage everyone, to remember the magnitude of the virus, its effect on our members, our students, and their families in our community. And we're working together and encouraging everyone to continue to be patient and understanding as we learn. And I just appreciate the support from the board, keeping safety as a priority, and your time. Thank you.
President Rogers, you're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I was saying before I moved to 7.2, Dr. Flores, I didn't mean to skip over you. I saw you pop up there.
I'll save it for my board comments. That's okay.
Oh, all right. Got you. Thank you. 7.2, California School Employee Association.
Yes, Madam President. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Good evening, everyone. This is Oni Jimenez, President of the San Bernardino Classified School Employee Association. As we start the 2020-21 school year under these unique circumstances and distant learning, I have the utmost confidence in our teachers, staff, students, and parents to overcome these obstacles and challenges. Will it be out of the normal daily routine? Yes. Will it be frustrating at the start? Yes. But when we all work together as a team to plan and find the best outcome is when we start to accept and meet the challenge. Change is hard, as we all know, but it's how we deal with it that makes us stronger. I hope everyone has a great week, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. 7.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there a representative?
There is. Good evening, everyone. This is Teresa Hunter. Hi, with CWA 9588, area VP. It's been a very, very, very interesting 2 days. We've been fielding, I want to say, probably around 600 calls, or in that area, from everyone, because there's very high anxiety because no one knows what to expect. And we have a lot of guest teachers who guest teaching is their primary source of income. And so right now they're looking into the unknown, as is all of us. And we're just hoping that at some point, what most of them would be comfortable with is getting a little more training, because they're concerned about how to take attendance and things of that nature. So anyway, at this point, they're looking to us, but as I tell them, from day to day, we get information and we'll be passing it on to them, and we're just looking forward to making this a good year anyway. It's going to be a good year anyhow. So I thank you all. You all have a fantastic evening, and I'm going to get back on and continue to answer some more queries. So thank you again. Have a great evening.
Thank you again for your update. We will now have 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there a representative? There you are.
Good evening, Board President and board members, cabinet. I just want to take this time to just thank all you guys for your hard work and the dedication that you're doing for this new upcoming school year. Especially all the teachers and all the administrators that are working hard to educate our students. On behalf of the POA, I just want to let everyone know that, we're continuing the good work, making sure that our assets are safe here at the district, and that we're also making contact with our youths. And for the parents out there listening, we still have our Explore program running. So if you guys are interested to have your student involved, reach out to us. And we're more than likely, get them into our program. And also for all the teachers out there, I know we're doing everything long distance, but we also have our positive ticket program. So if you have any scholars that are just going above and beyond, let us know so we can recognize them and go out to their residents and give them a positive ticket. Again, thank you all for your hard work. We look forward to this new year. God bless you all.
Thank you for your report and update. Those are all of our reports and updates. And I know, again, just as the public comments, Dr. Volkermer is always on my screen. I can see him moving and taking notes for all of these things. So we appreciate that. As we move to 8.1, 2020-21 school reopening update. Dr. Volkermer?
Great. Thank you, President Rogers. We appreciate, board, the time to bring you an update regarding our opening. This is, as you know, our second day. We think we're off to a good start. We know we've got a long way to go. And as someone mentioned earlier, it's a work in progress. But so far, our login has been pretty solid. You'll hear about that in terms of kids connecting with us. Of course, like you do at the beginning of any school year, not just a virtual school year, but any school year, we've run into some glitches and we're making mid-course corrections every day to respond to those, to put resources where we need them in terms of being responsive to our community and helping them navigate what is a very, very different and unusual start to a school year this year. So this evening, we want to focus primarily on where we're at today, what's happening with our attendance and some of the things you've already heard about, our SB 98 requirements, et cetera. We're going to give you just a little bit of a taste of the governor's guidelines for reopening or restarting in-person instruction. We're not going to go into great depth in that this evening because we still see ourselves quite some time away from that in terms of the phases that we have and the requirements that we'll have to meet before we can go to in-person instruction. But we will look in the future as we get closer to bring you a more deep and thorough analysis of that and how it impacts us. So for tonight, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Menares. As I have before, I want to say thank you to her and the many, many, many people that have been working with her to make sense of everything that's happened in the last couple months and get us to where we are today. So Dr. Menares, please.
Thank you, Dr. Volkermer. Good evening, Board President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Board, Cabinet, and community. It's always so difficult really to listen to the public comments because we want to meet the needs of everybody. And in this time of change and uncertainty, it's just so challenging to figure out how to do that. We feel for our working parents. We are not trying to act like this is not a difficult time in your life. We know that it is. And so we're going to keep working to find solutions. And we may be reaching out. In fact, we will be reaching out to our parents to help us figure this out in this very challenging time. That being said, let's move to our next slide and just go through what you will hear from tonight. Thank you, Dr. Volkermer, for framing this up. So board, we are focusing on the opening of distance learning. You will hear tonight the most recent COVID cases in our county. You will hear some numbers around our device and hotspot procurement and the status of those both device and hotspots. An update on our meal distribution, the attendance monitoring from yesterday, and daily live interaction, what that really is to look like. And we heard plenty of need for clarity around daily live interaction as our parents shared what they are being told. So that's good information for us to then further support our schools and what this looks like and what this means. And then finally, board will close with an update that we received on July 17th, so Friday, July 17th, from Governor Newsom and the California Department of Public Health. And so there's two documents that I'll be referring to. Next slide, please. So board, a recap of July 14th. Seems like it was a really long time ago. It was only 3 weeks ago. But at that board meeting, you were among the first in the state to prioritize the health and safety of our students and our staff with a decision to begin our school year online. You actually took that action on June 30th. And then we learned on July 14th that you were one of the first. So to be commended, very courageous move on your part. On the July 14th board meeting, you also asked staff to continue surveying our school community about the impact that reopening school campuses may have on them. And so later in this presentation, we'll share with you kind of the phases that we're looking at in terms of prioritizing work of our staff around reopening. So that'll be a little bit later in the presentation. At the July 14th board meeting, you took a strong stance against and created policy denouncing racism. You directed staff to look into and address allegations made during public comments about discrimination against students in alignment with these policies. And then finally, you encouraged our students, families, employees to use the defined complaint process when issues such as issues around racist acts or any issues occur on school campuses, to use that complaint process to mobilize a more timelier investigation and response so that our community has a space and a process to go to. So that's our defined complaint process. Next slide, please. So this is not new. You have seen this multiple times. These continue to be the reopening guiding principles for San Bernardino City Unified. First and foremost, we want to and must ensure that the health and physical safety of students and staff are part of the decision-making, and they're in the forefront. And after you took action, board, to say that this district would open in a distance learning model, now the state, the governor has said that the county of San Bernardino must open in a distance learning model until we exit off of the county monitoring system. And so Eric Vatier will speak a bit more to that, but you were ahead of the game because you were keeping track of what was happening in our local context. So again, to be commended. The second guiding principle is to continue to adhere to federal, state, and county guidance. And I'm going to tell you, board, it continues to flow. It continues to come out. We just received updated guidance from the state yesterday and from the county today. So we continue to receive that and do our best to stay on top of it, keeping in mind the guiding principle of safety and health. In all of this, it is our primary goal to provide high quality learning experiences. And so you hear and you heard our union president talk about how our teaching staff has really tapped into their creative spirit and continue to find ways to offer high quality learning in a virtual setting, which is very different than offering that in a physical setting. But our teachers are rising to the challenge. We are not perfect by any means, but we are continuing to practice models of continuous improvement and improving upon what we know and making sure that we can reach our children in every possible way, because we are educators and that's what we do. So our teachers and our principals are working really hard to provide this. Again, there are challenges. We are working through it, and we're just going to continue to get better. And in all of this, we need to make sure that we provide safe and accessible working conditions for our staff. Nothing worse than if we get teachers back on campus with children and then they get sick, and then we're bringing in guest teachers, which are educated, but there's inconsistency for our students, right? So that is another piece that we need to think about. Children thrive in consistency. So we don't want to move faster than what the data shows around transmission rates and positive rates of COVID. So those are our guiding principles. They continue to be our guiding principles, and we've shared them with various entities in different settings, and we commend you for keeping that on the forefront. Next slide, please. Mr. Vatier, you are up.
Thank you, Dr. Menares, and good evening, board and community. This first slide is from the COVID dashboard that the county provides us. And board, as you know, on June 21st, San Bernardino County was placed on the state's watch list, and that forced all the school districts in the county to remain closed. The governor's order does require for our county as a whole to be off the watch list for 14 consecutive days to be removed, at which point then our schools may reopen at the direction of the board. San Bernardino City continues to have the highest number of cases in children ages 5 to 19 at 543. The next closest is Fontana at 431. The three areas on this dashboard that you'll see the county continues to see as a challenge is the case rate, which we remain at about 250 or climbing at times, and the positive percentage and ICU bed availability. And we have not seen a single day off the state watch list since we've been placed on it. So there's a long road to go as it relates to work that needs to be done within our county to get us in a safe place. Next slide, please. And board, I'm going to provide you a couple updates from our incident management team. The first one is as it relates to devices. So you'll know that in the Chromebook initiative prior to COVID, we issued out about 21,000, almost 22,000 devices. When we closed schools in March and throughout the summer, we issued out another 23,000 devices to our students to meet that educational need. And then so far this year, for the 2021 school year, we've issued out just under 5,000 devices. So currently we have about 40,000 devices on order, and the purpose of these is going to be to meet our staffing needs with our employees that need devices, to ensure that we still have a ample supply on hand for distance learning, and also part of the refreshment plan that the board approved. We've also today purchased 60,000 headphones with microphones on them, because we've learned that both our students and staff may be in environments in their homes that are loud in the background and may be hard to hear. So we want to make sure we support them. And then being responsive to our employees' needs as it relates to devices. Next slide, please. So an update on our hotspots. We have just over 11,000 hotspots that we show issued to current students. Another just under 4,000 of those are out at the school sites for quick deployment by the schools to their students. And board, you'll see that we, between March and June, we only had about a 30% data usage rate on the devices, the hotspots that were issued out from the school district to the students. And we're going to continue to monitor that usage as we start this school year and can provide that data later. And then we also ordered an additional 4,000 hotspots so that we have plenty on hand to meet the needs, and those will be in within the next week to 2 weeks. Next slide, please. Board, an update on our meal distribution. So as you recall, we served meals throughout the summer to meet the needs of our families. And what changed with the start of school yesterday is we increased 4 additional sites. So we have a total of 15 meal distribution locations now. We expanded the hours of operations from 8 in the morning to 11 a.m. That one of the other changes is that the students have to be enrolled in our school district to receive a meal, and we do need to capture some information from them, their name and which school they attend. And then what's going to continue, the grab and go meal service will continue to serve our families breakfast and lunch 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. The parents and guardians may pick up the meals, so the students do not need to be present in the vehicles to get the meals. And the first day of school, we served about 16,500 meals, which was about the same when we ended last school year. And the meal distribution hotline is there for our families. If they have any concerns, it's 909-381-1224. And thank you, board. Have a good evening. And next slide.
So board, I'm going to just pause right here because it kind of goes into the attendance from the hotspots and all the other things. I don't see anything in the comment on the previous slides. So if not, I'm going to continue. They'll continue and move forward on this part of this comments. Thank you. All right, I think it's Dr. Perez. Are you coming up?
Excuse me, Madam President. I just couldn't make my comment fast enough. I didn't know you were going to stop there.
Oh yeah, because it's a lengthy, so I'm kind of,
and I just want to ask a couple of quick questions to Eric. Thanks for your presentation, Eric. As we speak now, every student has access to a computer.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hill, I had background noise. Say that one more time.
Okay, every student who has requested a computer has a computer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then do we have some set aside for those that's not working appropriately or properly?
We do, and we're actually moving around the district as we speak. So we know we have schools and students that may need a Chromebook versus an iPad, or an iPad versus a Chromebook. So we have teams that are moving devices around this week to meet the needs of the schools as that comes to us from the school sites.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, we will move forward. I think it's Dr. Perez, right? Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Good evening, board. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to provide updates related to Distance Learning 2.0. Tonight, I'll spend some time sharing SB 98 requirements related to attendance and participation in daily instruction and how we will address those specific requirements in SBCUSD. As I shared previously with our board in July, SB 98 calls for daily live interaction for every scholar every day, as well as the monitoring of daily attendance, including the communication with families related to their child's attendance. So with that being said, I know we heard a lot of public comments with relationship to how do we feasibly do this? And so I want to share with our board as well as with our parents and community the intention of SB 98 and the intention of our school district, San Bernardino City Unified, is not to create barriers. We're here to support, and we want to provide the learning and the interaction for our students and with our families. So please know that we are committed to taking any measures that we need to. Dr. Monades alluded to bringing parents together, and we are talking offline about how to make that happen and when to make that happen. So please know that you have that commitment from us, and we will continue to work to make that happen. And I want to just provide clarification around SB 98 and the synchronous and asynchronous instruction. And also share that our site leaders are trying to make sure that they're holding up the law, which is SB 98. And so we will continue to work with our site leaders to problem solve when we have particular circumstances where there are families that are encountering some challenges with having their students be on during the live daily instruction. We are happy to work with families, and we'll do that. And so we will meet as a team and then meet with our site leaders to problem solve through that. Please be assured of that. So I'll take this opportunity to share in detail some of the things that we are doing. And I want to express that when we talk about attendance and daily participation, there's a couple of factors that are coming into play here. There's one related to attendance. So actually getting all of our students physically to come to school. So we have approaches and methods to address that. And then separate and equally important approaches to how do we keep students engaged and interactive in that daily participation. So SB 98 calls for us to have a tiered approach around students who are absent more than 3 days of the week, or 60% of the work of the school week. I apologize. And I want to reassure our board that we're not waiting until 3 days of school where there are absences from a student for 3 days. That is definitely not the point with which we start looking for students or trying to re-engage with students. This is happening daily. And the reason for that is twofold. We know that the education of our students is critical and super important to the families as well as to us, but there's also that piece of engagement and keeping the relationships built and the interaction going between the families and the school, because we know that in this tremendous time of really uncertainty and hardship for many and folks who sometimes never thought that they would find themselves in a circumstance where they need support are finding themselves needing support. So our intent is to keep those connections and build better connections so that we're knowing what's needed from our families. And so our school site based attendance approaches are really focused on that aspect. There will be people from, the front office team to, our program specialists and teachers, everybody in our system. It's our responsibility to make sure that our students are with us. And if they're not, figure out why they're not with us and how we can help mitigate any of the circumstances that are preventing students from being with us. That may be, some things related to health or mental health. We're here to support that. We have processes in place when that's shared with our school staff, that we can put some things in place to mitigate that. I also want to share some things that we're doing on a global level, so not just at the school site, but from the district central office kind of approach. And a lot of these are we're starting to really have to think outside of the box and really get everybody on board to help. So the first piece and item that I want to share is around our kindergarten students. So and board, you will see this in a moment when I share the attendance data. Our preschool numbers as far as enrollment we see have been lower than anticipated and lower than what we're accustomed to. And so we have been working with our early childhood programs to have our preschool teachers reaching out to all of their former students to say, hey, you left us here, at early childhood, you were going on to kinder, did you get enrolled, or do you need help with doing that? So our preschool teachers started doing that today. Yesterday was the first day of school. We were looking and realizing where things are landing as far as kinder enrollment. So today, our preschool teachers jumped in to help out with that, and we will continue to work through their class list to make those phone calls and ensure that our students are enrolled and not having issues with getting on to their classrooms, because we know that as a kinder family, you're new to a school. You're new to this teacher. You might not have that relationship, but if your preschool teacher reaches out, who you've known for a while, then we're trying to use the relationships that exist to help do that. And then we also have support from our positive youth development to monitor school trends and do family outreach. So we're looking at attendance data by school to say, okay, we're seeing some lower numbers here. Let's reach out to that school and provide additional supports or brainstorm with them some things that they could be doing and jump in and help with those efforts. As well as some of our external partnerships, like the partnership that we have with Loma Linda University, the health center. So we have community health and education workers, or our CHOOS, who actually will be doing home visits in a safe manner, but they will be conducting home visits for our families, keeping the safe distance, but they have agreed to help us in that way. And it's twofold. They're going out to see, where are students, how can we help? Are there other needs? And I can tell you during the spring when they were doing these visits, they would find that there were families who were in need of food, or in need of, like, how do I find a place where they're doing food distribution? So they've been a great resource to us and will continue to be. So we're thankful for that partnership. And then we'll also be utilizing our CAPS team to provide check-in opportunities and ensure that our students are getting support around tutoring and their own social emotional well-being, as far as the check-ins go. So the two kind of real out of the box, one really out of the box thing that we have plans for is really, we have to get the word out. And it's mostly with our elementary school students. So we are planning for kind of some drive around the neighborhood with signs. School started August 3rd, our website, phone numbers for enrollment, because we were talking about the fact that typically when school starts, even if a family is new to the community, they will see signs of school starting. The school buses start rolling around. We start seeing kids out on the street. Well, that's not the case right now. So there may be families sitting in our community who truly don't know that school has started yet. So we have to pull out all the stops and be that link of communication and support to help, get that word out, as well as plans for radio ads, predominantly, in both languages, but predominantly in our Spanish language radio stations, because we know that's a good way to reach some of our community. And so, board, as I get into the next couple of slides, it really is around the data. And so I wanted to front load with all of the things that we are doing in response to some of the data that you will see.
Okay, and so before the actual data slides come up, Mr. Tillman, Ms. Rosales Medina have questions.
Sure.
Yes, so I think this is the perfect time to answer this question, because I know you're talking about the SB 98 requirements, and I'm assuming that pertains mainly to the teachers versus the actual students.
Say that again, Mr. Tillman.
I'm assuming that the SB 98 requirements are pertaining to the teachers.
You're talking about the daily live interaction piece, is that correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
because this has to be answered right now, I think is important. I've had a number of calls on this issue. So if a parent, a teacher is having a class, a parent is not able to log on, have their child log on during that class because they work, and the person that the student is staying with, whether it's a child care or wherever it is, cannot help them log on. When the parent comes in that night, I'm assuming they're going to see some work, or they've contacted the teacher, so they see work at night. They do the work at night. So the problem is, one of my parents said that the teacher told them they had to log in order to be marked present. And then I was also told that by one of your staff that the deadline was 3:30, that the teacher had to turn in the attendance. I put a call into Dr. Volkerman, and he said they have until 9 o'clock the next morning to make the adjustment. So just so that everyone can hear this now, my thinking is, if that parent is not able to log their student in that morning, but they're able to do the work that night, the teacher sees that the work is done that night, the next day the teacher will register that student as being present for that previous day. Is that right?
Are you muted?
I think you froze for a second, but I know where I think I know where you're going with this. So if I'm off, please stop me.
Well, I don't know what part you missed. So my
just
question,
the very last piece.
Is it correct?
So if the parent, so if the teacher realizes that the student did the work the night before, then when the teacher comes in the next day at 9 o'clock, they're going to register that student as being present for the previous day. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Tillman.
And that's the word needs to go out to teachers and parents alike.
But I want to clarify that we don't leave the attendance window open to 9 a.m. So just for everybody's clarity, that is true that at 3:30 the attendance window closes for that day, so that attendance can be run and we know how many students were absent and whatnot. What happens is that window opens back up to allow for any adjustments that need to be made.
Okay.
So
but because of this new scenario, I think it's going to become a lot more common, or you got to create modify the process to be able to accommodate the parents that are going to routinely not be able to log in during the day, and the number is going to be substantial. And two, when the parent contacts the teacher has to explain to the parent, because of the special circumstances, that they will be allowed to miss participation during the morning, but in the end, their student will not be registered as absent.
Thank you for that question. And I really want to take time to make sure this is very clear. Our intent and the intent of SB 98 was not to exclude students. We know that we have families that are essential workers, all across the board, and there may be those restrictions. And I want to be very clear about this piece. We want to honor that and accommodate for that. So contacting your school site administrator as a parent to let them know, this is my circumstance. We will work with you. I also want to be very clear that this is not a permission for it to go unchecked, like willy-nilly, kind of everybody's, oh, today I have something going on. No, we have to have a structure for the well-being of our students as well as the well-being of our teachers. So there has to be a structure, but if that is your circumstance and your work schedule prohibits this from happening, please reach out to us. That it should not be a prohibitive factor for your child to getting their education. That is not the intent by any means at all. But we do have to be, a little more stringent in the kind of spur of the moment type things that we can't accommodate, for as far as, if you have to have your kid out of school, we understand, but we don't want that to be a pattern that starts to be created for a family to think, oh, well, it's online, I can just check in later, because there's value to the student having that interaction, not only with their teacher, but with their classmates and what they're learning. I can tell you as a learner, I learn so much from the people that I'm in class with, almost as much as I'm learning from the person who's teaching me.
No, I understand that. But I'm talking about specifically for the parents who aren't able, and trust me, the parents have heartache about not having their kid in a regular learning environment. So they're not doing this out of neglect. They're doing it out of necessity. And so from that perspective, it's like putting salt in a wound when you tell a parent who feels bad already because they have to go to work and because they can't have it in a regular school setting. It's not a good thing to tell that parent, well, you're going to be marked absent, because we agreeing that they're not going to be marked absent, and that we're going to work with them to ensure that they get the lessons that night, and can complete them and continue their child's learning.
And I will, I'm going to put my email address in the chat, because parents that are hearing this right now and are in that circumstance, if you will email me, twofold for us to help you, work through that, but also if you would serve as a sounding board for us to run things past you, because we need to problem solve this so it works for our families.
Exactly. Thank you.
So I'll put my email address in the chat for that.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I just had a comment or a suggestion with regards to the kindergartners or even the families that are not coming into school. I had a conversation with a family friend that lives in San Bernardino and mentioned that they're kind of worried because their a family member who's older is taking care of the grandchildren, doesn't have a computer, has no access to internet. And so I'm wondering if we could do it either on the billboards or on those bus stop signs that they have, those spaces for advertisement, just so that if they're driving within the city, they know who to call and a phone number there, because a lot of them, especially when you look at the older like grandparents or those that just don't have access to internet or computers, they can do that. And their devices, they're not familiar with where they can go on the phone. So, it's a simple dial for emergencies or dial for friends, and that's basically it. They don't have access. So I can always share their contact, but that would be a great suggestion, or at least an idea to look at how we can reach other families as well. They're on the same boat.
Thank you. I wrote that down, the billboards. It's another mechanism for us to get information out.
And I believe Dr. Flores also has a comment.
Yes, and as you said earlier, we should be announcing this on the Spanish Spanish radio as public service announcements on a regular basis, and just help grandparents or guardians that are taking care of children that it's easy to learn and we're going to, share even that, and you have to say it, slowly, the number and all of that, where they can reach us. And like I support what Miss Medina said, on billboards, on the bus stations, even our churches, I think that would be, appropriate, or whatever way, I know churches aren't having, services, but like just the different organizations, ICUC, just different ways, to get out the word, and that we're all learning. And I think we all have to be open to possibility. And okay, so we have a situation, or we have an issue, but just believe in each other that we're going to solve it. And it's always for the betterment of the child and also the teacher, because we want to support, everybody. And so if we have that mindset of, we're going to, okay, this is a problem, let's mutually find a solution that will help each other, and believe in each other that we're going to do that. And if we have that mindset and that love, that caring, perspective, I think we'll get through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, just for technicality, on the YouTube side, I don't think they can see your email address, Dr. Perez. So I think you might want to hold up a placard, or
I could do that.
Or just say it. You might want to say it and spell it out.
Okay.
Dr. Perez, why don't you let me add it to the very last slide? I'll add mine and yours.
Oh, perfect.
Show it. I'll do that while you're continuing.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Dr. Monares.
I do want to add, though, every board meeting, we should have the closed caption, because as we're speaking, some of this may be saved, like phone numbers or so forth. I can easily do this, but if we can have someone that's part of the team that automatically does this in the beginning, turns on the captions like I just did right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So board, as I mentioned, I wanted to share some data, and this really is to help paint the picture of where we've been, to give a baseline for where we are at now. And so think about 2017, 18, 19, 20. We were not in distance learning. It was a regular quote unquote regular school year. And so this is what our attendance looked like on the very first day of school, the end of the first week, and the end of the first month. That is the type of data that I'll be bringing back to this board, so that you know and have the numbers to back that confidence that we're really doing everything we can, holding out all the stops to get our students engaged and accounting for any accommodations that we need to provide for our families. So you see that.
Are you saying that we had a higher attendance first day virtually than we did?
No, Mr. Tillman, these are for the 3 previous years.
Oh.
This is 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20. I am going to show you this year's numbers in just a second. You're like, wait a minute. No.
Come on, we can't wait. What are you doing?
So just wanted you to have some kind of grounding of what we're comparing to. So if we'll go to this year's data, the next slide, please. And I asked the team to break it up and provide the information by district, and then elementary, middle, high, and continuation, because this gives information to us as to where, not that it's perfect or beautiful, but where we really need to focus our energies. So if you look at district-wide, today enrolled, we have, or yesterday, 47,160 students enrolled, and of those students, 84.16 were engaged with us and present on the first day of school. It is lower than last year. We were at 97, a little over 97%. It is lower, so we're clear on that. But I want it for you to see where we stand and how it's broken down by the grade span. So we see Elementary was 79.44, middle school with 89.7, high school with 89.99, really close to that 90% mark, and then continuation was 70.36. And so what this data tells us, we do have work to do across the board for sure, but it explains why, when I was sharing with you the efforts that we're putting forth with our elementary students and having our preschool teachers calling, we're also looking at this by grade level. And we know that our kinder enrollment is not where it should be. And so we are actively engaging in measures to bring that up to where it should be. One of those measures being asking our preschool teachers who have relationships with families to reach out to them and provide supports that may be needed to get them enrolled and help them understand it is very important, even though we're in a distance learning environment.
Can I?
There's just one more slide in this. I don't know if it's going to answer any questions. Then it'll go back to something else. So if she could do the last one of this one on the data.
Is that it? There's two more, this one and one more.
That's the daily instruction. So no more data. No more data. Okay. So Mr. Tillman.
I really think that previous slide, if you can go back to it.
Please, David.
I think what you're going to find is in that elementary age, it's where you have the kids who can't, like the parent said, the student can't read, the student can't do it themselves. Yeah. So whoever it is that's taking care of that kid or student is not able to help that student get logged in. And we hear statistics all the time, and you hear statistics that even in terms of COVID, the population that's affected the worst are the people who make the least amount of money because they have to go to work because they're the essential employees, and this is compounded because I guarantee it's those same people in our community who are doing that who now have another issue because they can't provide the resources to make sure their kids are attending school. So and maybe we can take the lead on this. Mr. Gallo kind of mentioned it, and maybe we need to find out how many teachers are willing to volunteer, and how many parents are willing to send those maybe kindergarten through second grade. I really would like to see you give us this data for the previous years, because that'll really make it clearer to us. And then also if you could do it by grade, because if it's clear that it's K through first grade or K through second grade, then maybe we should make it a priority to find a way to find volunteers that will help accommodate bringing those students back as soon as possible, with the state willing. And now will be the time to plan for that, not when we get the approval, but way before then. If we identify the school sites we're going to do it at first, that we can maintain the social distancing. But I really think this shows that it shouldn't be done in the way we're proposing, where you do a half a day and another half a day or 2 days a week. These are students that need the regular school like we used to have. And maybe if we only target that grade level, that it'll benefit those kindergartens through second grade. If that's where the data shows we really lost the attendance, because when you go back to the slide with normal, you had 97% in 2019, 2020. You had 97% of the students were there on the first day. When you compare 97% to the 78% that's huge. That's a whole lot of kids missing.
And Mr. Tillman, we are breaking that down by grade level. We could provide 10 different slides with all of the data. We are looking at that, and we will be bringing in small digestible pieces back to the board, but that information, because it is meant to inform your decision making, exactly what you just described right now. Like, how can we look at and prepare for an approach that will work to meet the needs of our neediest students and accommodate for families that need it most.
Yeah, that's a big problem. We got to do something. Thank you.
Mr. Geller, I just saw you made a comment. Did you have something further?
No, I just wanted to comment that. Just wanted to comment that I think these numbers that we're seeing, it's a whole lot higher than I thought on participation level, and even enrollment I thought was pretty darn good. It means most of our parents have figured out how to get registered at least. And I know there's probably a couple thousand that we may not have quite captured yet, but I think 84. Yeah, it is. I agree, Danny. It's alarming, but I think that's a whole lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Right. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're going to the daily instruction. I might have one slide off or two, but go ahead.
Next. Thank you. So as far as the daily live instruction, and we kind of talked about this a little bit in the first slide, but again, just wanted to be very clear that what the minimum daily instructional minutes are according to SB 98. So we see those here: TK through K, 180 daily minutes; first through third grade, 230 daily minutes; and then 4th through 12th, 240 daily minutes; and our continuation high schools with 180 daily minutes. And so for our board and for our families, I want to make the clear distinction that these minutes are comprised or made up of both synchronous and asynchronous learning activities. So the independent learning as well as the live distance learning activities. So when you think about, and I heard some parents' comments about, the schedules are different and my students seems like they're in school, more than they were before, or whatever the case may be. Some of that may be due to the schedules allowing for more breaks. We know as adults, it's hard to sit here for extended period of time. And so I know that as I've reviewed some of the schedules, I saw for our younger students, our teachers and our leaders being mindful of, we need to give more breaks, so the time may be spread out over a longer period. The next slide allows us to delve into what live or synchronous instruction will look like. So David, Daniel, I'm sorry, if you will proceed to the next slide. So board and for our community, I wanted to be explicit about what daily live interaction consists of, because this is a thing that people are kind of mulling over, like, what does that mean? They're going to be sitting with the teacher for all those hours, and that doesn't seem appropriate. So daily live interaction is intended for the teacher to provide instruction, for them to monitor student progress. So they may be doing assessments, providing tests, giving feedback on those assessments, and supports around the areas that their learning students need more support with, as well as maintaining the connection between the student and the teacher in school. So I provided some examples of live instruction. So this may be face-to-face online interaction with the teacher. It may be guided interactive videos. So we talked about, can we record some things and allow for students to have those played back? Yes, those things are allowable. That is completely appropriate. We also have small group instruction, which is what at our last board meeting, I was sharing. We have to find those glimmers of hope in our current circumstance. And when I think about small group instruction, that's one of them, because in our physical classrooms as teachers, we sometimes struggle with, what do I do with all the other students while I'm working with this small group? Small group instruction can really be maximized in this environment, so that a teacher can work with a smaller group who needs very specific things. So that's allowable. Peer and collaborative tasks are part of what we should be seeing. We don't want students just purely sitting in front of the computer, with their teacher doing all of the talking. We want that facilitation where it's what would happen in our classrooms normally. When you walk into a classroom, you would see all of these things happening. So we expect and want to support our teachers and our students in all of these things happening in the digital classroom as well. Also, like I mentioned previously, the monitoring, progress monitoring and assessments, providing feedback around that. And then last but not least, the social emotional learning development and lessons. These are some of the things, they're not all of the things that we could and will see in live instruction. And so I want to draw our attention to the picture in the lower right-hand corner, just as a reminder. And what I thought was, this is really cool, and thank you communications team and Ginger for finding this picture. This picture is actually our students. And one of our parents in the community posted this on their one of their social media of what she had done to get her space ready for her kids to learn. And so I thought it was really neat and wanted to share that as a reminder to our families that, you know, we know that this isn't easy. We ask for you to think about your child's learning, because it is happening in our homes, and how we can create a space where they're able to not have distraction. I thought it was really cute because I could see this happening with my own family. 2 kids, how do you keep them from being distractions to each other? So she put up some simple, you know, boards to do that. You see that the students have their headsets on, which I'm excited to say that, as you heard earlier, we'll be providing for all of our students. And thank you to our board for that recommendation and pushing that idea. And so with that, you know, that's what I have for you this evening. And I appreciate the opportunity to share these updates.
Thank you. So board, we'll stop here before we get into the guidance. We'll start with Dr. Flores.
Yes, Dr. Perez, I remember that Mrs. Applegate and her team developed all kinds of lessons and all kinds of links for the teachers. So do all the teachers have access to that? And I think they did it across grades, and they also did it for our English learners.
Correct. So yes, our ed services team has created a very robust, you know, set of resources, as well as linking that to our family engagement and providing some of those resources to our families. So yes, that we have a digital library that's actually created in-house. Our people did a phenomenal job with that and, you know, deploying that.
And I know that we have very robust curriculums and videos that attach to, you know, content areas and et cetera. And so teachers and students will have access to that, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I'm really glad to see that we'll have small group instruction, and that Zoom really affords teachers to do that and have different chat rooms where she can go to one group while another couple of groups are doing something else, and so move around. Okay, so that's good to know. And I just wanted, you know, as we move along, I hope that teachers are also providing, is there a place for teachers who are discovering things that work well? Is there a place for them to share what's working? I know some teachers have like 99%, you know, attendance. You know, what did they do to do that? You know, I think we need to have a blog or somewhere where teachers can share what works. And then I would also think we should have a space where parents can share what works with each other, because you know, parents have different strategies of what works. So that, I think that would be important, instead of just, you know, I know they have issues, but they have solutions also. So why not provide a space for parents to provide solutions? So those are just my suggestions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, no, thank you for this presentation so far. I love the picture as well. I'm wondering if there's a way where we can try to promote parents sharing the things they're doing in the classroom. I mean, at their home, it's like a classroom, right? With a hashtag possibly, so that way other parents can look it up, the hashtags, and see what other parents are doing innovatively. to help with that learning environment. This is something I would definitely do if my children were still small. I'm wondering though, for those they have them as testing guards, or I'm not sure what they're called. I'm wondering if there are families that need it. Is that an option we could provide for families if they don't have the money to purchase those, and if they have multiple children, probably like in that table setting, and that way it creates more of a barrier for the noise. I know that it would have been difficult if I was teaching them at home, all 5 children at the same time. It would just be really hard. I don't know if there's any other families that may be in that same situation and may need that extra support in that. But I'm glad we have the headphones with the microphones. That's going to make it so much easier. But I'm wondering, those dividers, if there's a way we can actually share that.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
Yes. I got a few things. The first thing is Zoom. You know, there's times that the board gives direction, we have consensus, and it takes a while to get down to the sites. And I've gotten calls from teachers that have told me that we were told we can't use Zoom. So I just want to be clear and safe for everybody. Teachers are allowed to use Zoom to conduct class, right?
Yes, you are correct.
All teachers at all sites.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure everybody hears it, and they can go back to where we're at in this meeting to see that that's what the direction that the district and the board has agreed to. I have a real concern about the background of the students. I almost feel like we should just make it standard that, I don't know, what is it called when you put the virtual background behind you?
Virtual
I
background.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it's called either, but I know what you're talking about. Like you could have it. It's like
Zoom has that, Mr. Tillman. The other ones don't, but Zoom seems to be the most friendliest to have that.
Well, and I think that should be standard. I mean, it eliminates 2 things. One, the concerns that even the children themselves have about their backgrounds, but the other thing is trying to control who's in the background and who's walking and maybe inappropriately. I like the headphone things, and I like the fact that the teachers will be able to control shutting off the microphones through, I know they can do it through Zoom. I don't know if they can do it through Google Class, but that's a big thing. I heard a terrible story today about a parent hearing profanity going on while they were monitoring their child's class because one of the students' parents was cussing in the background. So those type of things we have to work out. If that means muting all the students and doing virtual background, I really think we need to address that. I don't think that's gonna we're gonna be able to do that voluntarily. You know, and I know these things are gonna come up as we go, but I don't want to be over restricted. But I really think that virtual background and making sure that the teachers can control who is talking is going to be a big deal because of the reality of where we're at right now. So is that something we're looking at doing?
So, Mr. Tillman, the backgrounds, I will ask the team to, how do we go about doing that? Is there a way? I definitely will ask the question and bring back some information, what we find out about. The muting can happen for sure on Zoom. And I know that Google Meets is working on different extensions now, as we speak, but in Zoom, you can do that. You can just easily mute everybody, and then they would have to unmute themselves, to address the rest of the class. I'm interested in that little background thing too. I think that would be nice.
I think it would be, I know I'm speaking out of turn, but I think it would be nice to have their mascot, have their school mascot as the background, and their colors, the colors of each of their school and their mascot. And then I wanted to make sure that, and then maybe I don't know if Eric is doing it, that we've ordered plenty of Chromebooks to be used for the break and fix. I hope that we're going with the same philosophy we've always done. We don't pay for warranties,
but we just buy extra devices so as they break, we can swap them out. Because this is going to be critical as devices break, that we're able to give the student a new device immediately. And because they're so inexpensive, we should be able to do that.
Yes, we are.
And then lastly, because I don't want people to get upset with me, I'm not talking about asking teachers to come back to school right now. When I had a discussion, my only and one of the reasons today, sadly, the deaths in San Bernardino County was 59 people, and the biggest uptick for deaths of COVID-19 was in the city of San Bernardino. And if you look at the number of cases in the city of San Bernardino, it's obvious that the death number is going to go up when you just look at the percentage of the ones who are infected right now. So we are in a terrible situation in terms of this virus. But I'm looking at planning for maybe when the numbers go down, maybe early next year. And if we can have volunteers that want to come back, and if we find out it's early grades. But one other question for the data, do we have the data by school?
Yes, we do.
Because I'm sure you're going to have some schools that had much higher participation than others, and then that might be a situation where they did a better outreach than other schools.
Correct.
So we need to double back on the schools that have the lowest attendance and make sure they do the outreach to the students and to everybody, the parents and community, and to the teachers. The one complaint I've heard is, you guys waited till the last minute. You waited for the week before, but the reality of it is our employees come back the week before school starts. That's normal. The thing that's different is those same employees, the teachers had to reach out to their students, which is totally different, right? We forever we had a process of when teachers met their kids and the kids showed up for the first day of school, and it never entailed having to do a whole bunch of extra work the week before. So I want to thank our teachers, because right now they're on the front line and they're getting blamed for it all, and there is no perfect solution. So I do want to commend them for doing the work that they're doing. It's a tough job already, but in these uncertain times, it's become a lot more stressful. Even to the teachers who would do it totally different, and some of them would like to come to the sites immediately. So I understand that. So we're making decisions for people. That's the role of the board. So I want to thank everybody for pitching in. Teachers, classified employees, and administrators, and parents. We're all in this together. Parents, grandparents, girlfriends helping out girlfriends watch their kids. I've heard all the stories. So I think if we keep working together, then we'll get to this in the end. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to commend the teachers for signing up to a 50% live interaction and instruction. I think that is critical. I really do. Our students aren't getting really, I think, enough social, emotional, and interface through this distance learning environment anyway. And the live interaction certainly mitigates that a bit. So I know it's a big commitment. I know they didn't have to sign up to a minimum, but I think this is a great start with 50%. Also like the picture as well. And, maybe we could get a contest initiated for figuring out how we get each of the board members one of these, and maybe segregate Danny in a cylinder.
Oh my God.
I think that'd be a great contest and a good hands-on learning experience for our students, and see if it actually works.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. It's 9 o'clock, so this is where it starts. Dr. Flores.
Well, I think we're already in our cubby holes, in our own spaces, Mr. Gallo. But are you talking?
Yeah,
about?
but I can still hear you, Barbara.
I'm gonna mute you, Mr. Gallo.
Anyway, I just want to also echo what Mr. Tillman and Medina, and Mr. Gallo and Mr. Tillman, to just commend everybody, for their efforts, the cabinet, Dr. Volkemer, all the directors, the principals, the teachers, the parents. It's a heavy lift. This is our second day of school. And, I just believe in ourselves, I just believe that we will do it. And, and I think that, who had the most kids sign up? Well, let's learn from them and let's, figure out how to do it in the other schools. Share the knowledge, let's just start sharing, things that work, and also, abandon things that don't work. And our safety, I want to reiterate again to everybody, our community, our parents, our kids that are watching, our employees, our safety, your safety is primary. This is a dangerous virus. And we just have to be very cautious. Yes, not everything's working appropriately, but we'll figure it out. And just hang in there together, believe in each other, and we will, make it happen. All the different problems that we confront, have the mindset again, like I said, that we can figure it out. And we just have that mindset and be loving and caring and compassionate with each other as we move through all of this, because it's really unprecedented. It's unprecedented. And we have to work together as a community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr.
All the good work.
Thank you again. So this is the part of, you've heard kind of the meat of this presentation, but then, and I'm glad Mr. Tillman cleared up, we're not trying to say, okay, a certain group is going back any sooner than the safety of all of us looking at numbers. And we want to be clear on that. And what we've learned as a board, especially in this process, is to be clear and upfront to make sure that the communication is clear across the board, and everyone watching, you're helping us make sure that we can get to what exactly we're saying around the safety, around the when and the how and the what. But your input is important. But then it goes back to this part of this presentation, which is the hard part in understanding how and when we will gather all of this information, and then as a board be able to make a decision based on where we are. So I think it's Dr. Menarez, you're up on this part. Okay, good.
That's up to bat. Next slide, please. Thank you, Daniel. Or David, I'm not sure which one is running the slides, but I appreciate you. So board, as Ms. Rogers has said, we were focusing the first part of the presentation on the start of the school year and our current state. The next few slides are going to go into what further guidance we received from the California Department of Public Health and Governor Newsom. And again, that guidance came out on July 17th, so just a few days after our previous board meeting in July. And the guidance laid out, well, the two documents were provided. There was guidance on, and you see a picture of it right there. It's called COVID-19 Industry Guidance, Schools and School-Based Programs. And then there was a framework that was also provided from the California Department of Public Health. Both documents, and when Governor Newsom spoke about it, he shared new rules that require schools in counties with high rates of coronavirus infections to keep campuses closed until they can meet certain public health standards. So San Bernardino is one of those counties. Again, Mr. Vitir shared that information at the beginning of the presentation. We will stay in distance learning per governor orders and this guidance and framework until we have exited the monitoring list as a county for 14 days. So we've got some time. They've got to start seeing our numbers drop, both our transmission rates and our positive rates, before we can even consider moving into any kind of in-person learning. I'm happy to say that when I reviewed the guidance that was provided from the guidance and the framework from the governor on July 19th, about 98% of what was shared, we had already put into practice or put into our implementation plan as we work towards reopening our schools. So you know that we started this work back in May, and we had a team of over 100 people really looking at what would it take to open schools in a safe manner, and we presented to you our implementation map. Of all of that, we had many different pieces of teams working on different criteria. And so the framework and the guidance that came from the governor really just provided a bit more clarity, specifically around what you see on the slide. So the guidance gave us some more clarity on when schools can open, and then when we would and could close schools after reopening, and then finally responding to COVID-19 symptoms and infections. So a bit more clarity around that, as well as the framework gave us more clarity around facial coverings and requirements for younger students, and then options for students that would not wear a face covering, again, when we start to offer in-person instruction. And so we took that guidance and we plugged it into, or we added it to the board policy that you are going to, that was put on the board agenda tonight as a first read. So you are up to date in terms of your board policy of the first read for this new COVID mitigation plan. So again, we are on the right track in terms of getting ready to reopen in alignment with what came out in the guidance. So not much to change, just again, further clarity. And that has been added to the first read of the board policy. Next slide, please.
Dr. Menares, I'm going to stop right here because I know it goes into kind of a visual. Mr. Gallo, did you have a specific question?
Let's see. It was really kind of on the prior charts, and I didn't make before. I want to put this in perspective about, we've heard of several complaints in our public comments and things today, but, we have 39,000, almost 40,000 students that got it right and that found a way to effectively participate in the live instruction component and in the couple of days of activity here. So, I think that, again, is phenomenal. It's, yes, we got a lot of problems to work through, but I think for the majority of our students, we've figured out how to get their participation, and that's a good thing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallo. I agree. Okay, Dr. Menares.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. All right, so board, this is a lot to look at, so I want to walk you through what this is, and then I'll hone your eyes in on phase one. The intent of this image, and I do want to thank Ginger and the communications team for taking an idea and really putting it into something that is tangible and that we can use in different ways. The intent of this is to show these phases of instructional models. So very much what you were just talking about, Mr. Tillman, when you were talking about bringing people back, you're talking about doing it in phases when it's safe, when it's deemed safe to do so. What we realized as we were preparing our schools for a physically distant setting, but then preparing for distance learning, is our staff was finding it difficult to prioritize, right? So we had to say, well, right now we're focused on distance learning. So let's get that in order and all the actions behind it, all the infrastructure, all the supports in place, and get that going and do that to the highest level of caliber, constantly improving upon it. And then as things start to shift and we can start seeing that we might be able to start bringing students back, then we can talk about it in the next phase, which would be phase two. So you can see that right now we're in phase one, distance learning. I'll talk about what's on this slide. Then when things start to show a different, that it is deemed safe to do so, and we would bring all that information, of course, back to the board, then we would enter into phase two. While we're in phase one, though, as we're monitoring the data, then we can also get our schools starting to prepare to enter into phase two, because as you said, Mr. Tillman, that's not going to happen overnight, right? Exactly. So there's a lot that needs to happen behind it. From phase two, then we would move into phase three. So phase two, we're calling it distance learning plus. This would be everything that happens in distance learning and opportunities to bring in very small groups of controlled groups of students. Could be our K2 students, could be some of our students who have greater need. We would work through that with our bargaining units, because both phase 2 and phase 3 still need to go through negotiations. But we would, that would be phase 2, then phase 3 would be blended learning. And then finally, our goal, of course, would always be to get to phase 4, which is 100% in-person learning. So we're doing this so we can clarify to people. Right now we're in phase 1, and all of our actions are around phase 1. When the data starts to show we've exited the monitoring list, when we've acquired all PPE, there's another slide that I'll talk further about what it would take. You as a board would take action that it's deemed safe to do so, to move into phase 2. And you see that in that bright pink color right there. So we wouldn't move into phase 2 until you have deemed it safe to do so. And then we would move along those phases. I also want to point out at the very bottom of this visual that there, you see it in red, that all of movement across phases is done in consultation with public health, and again, following approval by you as the governing board. So it's a visual to help people really focus in on, we're on phase 1, but it is always our intention, when it is deemed safe to do so by you, the governing board, to move down the phases, because we do want to bring our children back when it is safe, and we want to bring our staff back when it's deemed safe to do so. So if you could click, Daniel, because I want to talk through what's on phase 1 right now. I hope you can see it. I don't have my glasses on, but I hope it's large enough for you. So what is in phase 1 is, of course, we started school. Well, first of all, you see all students are online instruction, right? We started school yesterday, August 3rd. In phase 1, all students in all grades will participate in live online instruction and additional offline work, right? So that's that synchronous and asynchronous. That's happening in phase 1. Phase 1 also includes all students with the attendance, and grades now count, which was different than the spring. In phase 1, we have our device. It is our responsibility to make sure that devices and internet connection are available to our students. We heard that it's not 100% yet, and we need to keep working on that, because it is our responsibility and for them in order to be participating in this phase 1 distance learning. And in phase 1, we will continue to offer the grab and go meals. So that is phase 1. When we move to phase 2, and I'm not going to talk through it too much, but phase 2 would take everything of phase 1, move it into phase 2, and then just add on some small group in-person instruction. Again, we would work with our unions to make sure that how do we define how many students make up a small group, who will offer that in-person instruction. All that detail needs to be done in collaboration through the negotiation process. And I believe it was Ms. Pira Sakala who said that we will be entering into the next step of negotiations for phase 2. And phase 3 will do all of that in one negotiation process, because phase 3 is when we will then have the split time in person as well as distance learning. Continuing with, no matter if we're blended or not, the attendance must be taken, grades do count, grab and go lunch will be provided. The last part that I want to point out to the board is, when we move into phase 2 and phase 3, when it's deemed safe to do so by you as the governing board, based off of the information we give you, we will still offer a second choice to our parents, which is what is in green, and we're calling that the extended distance learning only. And that will be for the parents who have told us, you can do whatever you want in terms of phase 2 and phase 3. My child is staying home and I want to continue with distance learning. And we will offer that option to the parents who choose to do so while we are in the pandemic. And so again, you'll see this board, this image. We're going to use this on our social media platforms. It is our goal to be able to provide further clarity, as you mentioned, to our community, and really help everyone to know how to prioritize the mountain of work that is required and the amount of detail that needs to be put in place as we prepare to move into those different phases. Next slide, please.
Madam President, can we make a comment?
Yes, I was just getting ready to she's going to go into the reopening other part with the board action. So yes, please.
Do you want to go back to the floor?
No, she wants something on the right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So first of all, I want to commend you all for having this visual. It's very helpful. And I think I want to recommend that we put it in Spanish as well, so that our parents will also have it in Spanish and in Vietnamese. And I don't know the other languages that our parents have, but I strongly recommend that we do that. And, I'm a Vygotsky, so for me, this is a mediated structure, and it has all the components as well as the, like up here, phase 1, phase 2, the naming of them, but then you have the details. And it's so powerful because you have an arrow pointing to the right as to where we want to go and be, but then also the exceptions, they're down below, and also what's in red. So I think this provides such clarity in terms of, where we're at and so forth. And I also recommend, I don't know how we can send it to all our parents, I know we'll have it on our website. I know you'll have it on Facebook, correct? Is that what you mean by social media and so forth?
Twitter.
It's a powerful, powerful infographic. I mean, it's just very powerful. So my commendation to, was it Ginger and who else? Who were the graphic designers?
David, Daniel, there's multiple.
David, Daniel, you guys rock. All right. You guys rock. Anyway, I just want to thank you very much. Powerful, absolutely powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And as the minute you said, I thought, oh, we need it in Spanish. So wrote it down. You're right, other languages.
And also Vietnamese. And I don't know what the other languages are. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, thank you to everyone that's been on this presentation. Phenomenal presentation. And I agree with Dr. Flores. The first time I saw this graphic too, I was like, wow, this is an amazing, amazing chart. And I think the one thing I wanted to comment on, and so our folks out there in the community know, and I apologize if you did mention this, but when we get back to the distance learning plus or the blended learning and then the in-person learning, a lot of people are probably out there asking the question, when we come off the state county watch list for 14 days and we get back into these programs, now what happened if the curve goes back up, right? What happened if that curve goes back up? We talked about that so our community knows what our plan is to do just in case that does happen.
So, Dr. Wyatt, is that a question for me? Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, so you can kind of explain to our community. I know we talked about it, but I'd rather you talk about it and explain to our community what we're going to do at that point, if that point does happen. Let's hope it doesn't, though.
Where we've opened and then there is an increase and therefore we need to close is your question.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
The county, thank you. So the guidance from the governor clearly states that if 25% of the school district has an outbreak, then we would shut down as a district. We can put criteria in place around shutting down a school, and they give us various criteria around that. And so as a board, you can make decisions around that. In the board policy that is the first read tonight, it leaves it broad enough so that the board can decide what the when we would shut down. But what I can say very specifically is right now as a county we're shut down because as a county the numbers have increased. But when the county opens up, then what is our responsibility to then share that data with you as a board is what does the data look like for the actual enrollment boundaries for San Bernardino City Unified, because that is different than the county. And what we saw, and which is what we brought to you back in the end of June, is that our numbers in our district enrollment were higher than the county numbers. And so in collaboration with County Public Health, they agreed with us that because our numbers were high and they were continuing to rise, that it was not safe for us to open. So although the county may be safe to open, we would bring data to you as the board to take a look at what is the local context for San Bernardino, in collaboration with County Public Health, and then let you decide, is it best for our district to actually open, or do we need to stay shut? And or if we open and the numbers start to trend up, do we need to shut back down? So it's this combination, which makes it difficult for anybody trying to track all of this. There's the guidance that comes out from the state that we just got to close down because of the county. But once that lifts, then we really tap back into SB 98, which is the law that says to the best extent possible, we're to offer in-person teaching. However, depending on your local context and collaboration with your county public health, you may need to stay in distance learning. So it is a combination of, and it has to be a data-driven decision. Did I
Thank you,
answer
Dr. Manadas. Yes, ma'am. And I hope that helps our community as well as our staff, look at our future. I think we all want to get out of this, and hopefully we do. But, there's always that chance that there can be a wave 2 or wave 3. So I think we just need to think ahead and be prepared for that as well. Thank you.
And I would absolutely, and I would add to that what we know as educators is that children thrive in structure and consistency. And so we don't want to rush into a hasty opening of our schools and then have to shut down very quickly. That wouldn't be good for them either. I know we all want to be there, but we have to very much use our data to help guide it, and data of trends. 1 day is not enough, 4 days is not enough. We know that this virus doesn't sometimes even show itself in an individual for up to 14 days. So we have to be a bit more cautious about this, keeping in mind what we know is best for children, which is consistency and structure.
Thank you, Dr. Manadas, and I absolutely agree. And I love our little term up there, when deemed safe to do so, and that could go either way. So
absolutely.
Madam President, I just wanted to recommend also that all our employees get this infographic mediated structure emailed to them because they need to see, they all don't watch the board meetings. So I think we need to communicate to them, this is, in compliance with the health department, right? The governor's orders and what we're going to do, so that they can see that there's a plan. And then the caveat of what Dr. Wyatt said, if it does come back, or what you said, Dr. Manadas, there's cautions embedded in all this. So I would highly recommend that we do that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Manadas, I think you can go to the next one.
Slide? Okay. All right, next slide. So board, this is to help put a structure, I think, and a flow in place in terms of considerations for reopening, partial or total closure. And so I want to just talk through this. I want you to see it as a number sentence or an addition, right? So the board would take action when deemed safely to do so when all of these items below it, all 5 boxes, are done. So you see the little plus signs in between? So the first thing that needs to happen is we would need to be 14 days off the state monitoring list as a county. And we would have to decrease in local transmission rates, which is what I was referring to with Dr. Wyatt. And we have to have all of our PPE procured and distributed out to our schools. And we need to make sure the schools are physically ready, meaning they've got the layout set up to be able to physically distance, the classrooms are set up, sneeze guards are in place, whatever that looks like. And then finally, we need to have all the training needs to have been complete. And it says staff training on here, and that would also include training of our students in a virtual setting, as well as our parents for when they come to visit schools. So you would deem safe for us to reopen when all 5 of these are in place. And then from there, you would deem, you would take action to then move into either phase 2 or phase 3. And I say phase 2 or phase 3 because it's highly possible that by the time we're ready for phase 2, we can move into phase 3 very quickly. We don't know, right? So it would just depend on our circumstances at the time. But what I want the board to see and the community to see is that it is your decision, your action that will then, with all of these elements in place, and of course we as staff would let you know all of these things are in place for you to be able to say that we're ready to reopen our schools in with distance learning plus, which is phase 2, or a blended learning, which is phase 3. Okay, and so from there, next slide. So I'll go over.
Just one pause right there. Was there something on that last slide, Dr. Flores, you saw? Because she's ending it.
I think that we should send that slide too to our employees and our families so they can see, you know, these are the steps, I mean, that we're taking visually. Yeah.
Okay.
And anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Flores.
Great. So our action steps that are still currently in process, as I've said, tonight board is the first read for the board policy of the COVID mitigation plan. We continue communication with our county public health officials. We're continuing negotiation with our collective bargaining units. Tonight you took action to approve the first MOU. We'll enter into another set of bargaining with SBTA, and we're already in with CSEA, and the other bargaining units will be coming along. Continue training our schools on the guidelines for reopening. I will say that we slowed on this right now because we wanted to focus on distance learning. But as the numbers start to decrease and we start to be able to see possibly a glimmer of light, we will re-engage our schools in getting ready for a reopening. We'll continue to use our incident management team to ensure the coordinated response of all of the infrastructure behind to keep distance learning in place and then to move into the next phases. Next slide. We're going to continue our deployment over communication plan, and you can see elements of what's already coming out of communications, the communication office and all the work they're doing. Continue coordinating with our local child care agencies, implementing SB 98 parameters, specifically as it relates to distance learning enhancement. Continue providing that essential function of feeding our schools. And we have started developing return to work plans for our district offices. So we had our schools turn in physically distant plans and what they would need in order to open in a physically distanced manner. Our district offices have just finished completing that process as well. And so I want to close with the next slide and then of course open up to questions. So these are pictures of our students on the first day of school. We want to thank communications for finding these cutie pies and thank our parents for posting and using the hashtag. I think it was hashtag first day of school, if I'm correct, Ginger. And so there's a slew of them available for us to look at, but it really helps us to remember and to really put into context. This is what our work is about. This is why we serve. It's for our sweet children that we know are the generations to come. And so we will do everything possible to make sure that they have what they need to be the most successful adults, because we know that they can. And one of them, perhaps, maybe now, sooner rather than later, can they find that cure to coronavirus so we can get back to a normalcy? That would be wonderful. Finally, I've put both Dr. Perez's email up there as well as mine. For any parent who is struggling, reach out to us and we will connect you to whomever you need to. We want to, again, make sure that your children have these smiling faces. So with that, any questions?
All right. I don't see any further questions in there. Again, great. Let's see, Ginger put information in there. It was hashtag SBCUSD first day of school. So first day, shall I say. So great. This was an awesome presentation. Again, it was broken down into just some of those, again, very, very important questions that we're filtering from the community. So thank you all again, and we appreciate this. All right.
Thank you.
We will now move into 11.0 action items. All right, do we have any items that we need to pull?
No, not action items, Madam President.
I skipped down, it's too far.
Reports and comments.
Consent, 10.0 consent items.
No, reports and comments.
Yeah, let's go to consent.
I went past the board. Oh, yeah.
Great, let's go to
That's
consent.
right. We're all waiting.
Consent.
Nice try.
You're all waiting.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Gallo.
You were awake. Look at Mike. He's up. He's up again. Okay. Okay, 9.1 board members. Let's see. Let's start. Dr. Hill, I see you on my screen. Oh, wait, wait. Oh, thank you. Mr. Tillman is actually putting them in there like you should if you do have comments. So,
Mr. Tillman, I'm taking precedence over Mr. Tillman. He's been speaking all night, and I've been rather quietly. So, Mr. Tillman, you may come next. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get that social distance screen out.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. It's your turn.
But thank you. And I just want to say to our interim superintendent cabinet and all the task force members, you have been working hard and you're so appreciated. Appreciate the work you've done, Ashley, and your team with the union to make sure we have gotten to this place where we can just work together and move forward. One of the things that I had talked about earlier was let's do school one day at a time. So yesterday was that day. And I know today there are some concerns and tomorrow there'll probably be more concerns. So, but you've done an excellent job with the report tonight. I just want to say to all of you, it was well done. And these are just the things that I want you to just try to digest. They may not be relevant, I don't know. But I'm hoping one of the things that we do as we talk about notifying parents in the community, that we're using all of the schools marquees to put some information. If it's no more than, if you have a problem about attendance, call this number. You know, if you have a problem about your computer, call this number, something, you know, and it could change daily or weekly, however, if that's possible. But also maybe consider another survey of parents, staff, parents and staff, especially your parents and your teachers, because I heard the comments during public comment and some I said, yeah, I can see why that's a concern. So if we could do something with the survey and then perhaps have even a town hall meeting where we can, again, listen to parents, share, and it could be a town hall meeting where everything is sent in via a typed message, not necessarily a verbal message. One of the things I know we talk about our young kids, and I know little kids are up early. Most parents have them in front of the TV, you know, early in the morning because they're up and they're out of bed and they're ready to go. So with our CAPS program, it would be good, I think, if we had a group who could do some sessions with the pre-K, the kindergartners, especially elementary kids, you know, some fun things, even if it's footsteps to brilliance, you know, something of that. They have a lot of fun activities on that kids will be raring to go. But I think that's a good way to get our younger kids into logging on, because they're going to figure out how if they don't know how, and they're going to bug their parents. But they could also do that prior to hopefully parents going to work. So we could do an early morning cap, say even at 7 o'clock in the morning, and just see what the attendance is like. I think that would be good. And just do fun things with some creative things, some art, music, you know, exercise, anything with our young group. They'll get used to using their Chromebook. So I just want to say again to our parents, we appreciate you being patient with us. We know it's not easy. We know we just have to change how we do things, and we want to make it this transition as easy for you as we possibly can. So just hang in there with us, but it's so important that you share your opinions. We need to hear that. And any solutions you have, we don't have them all. So whatever solutions you have, share with us, please. And again, I can't say enough to the teachers, the administrators, and everybody else who actually got the ball rolling yesterday. You are so appreciated by this board that we just want to say thank you. Thank you for everything. I'm through. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
I was glad to yield my spot to you, Dr. Hill. That's so much I love you.
You were so kind. Thank you.
Are we setting new protocols, are we? Not letting the chairman call on who she wishes?
They're in the chat. He's in the chat. We're back on track.
I want to ask a technical question. I thought we were working on allowing the people who do public comment the ability to actually get in our session and we can allow them to speak. Are we still working on that?
Yeah, yes, we are, Mr. Tillman. We actually worked to pilot a new technology at one of our last community meetings. It didn't work out as well as we wanted it to, but we are still exploring, still trying to find that technology to bring it to our board meetings.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I know last school year, I thought we had received confirmation that we were going to expand Norton Elementary School to the 7th grade and allow the parents to have their kids continue in that program. Are we still going to do that? Do we need to agendize it, or where are we at with that, Dr. Volkmer? Is it a done deal, or are we going to? Is it assured that we're going to be able to do it as time presents?
So, Mr. Tillman, I have to admit to you, and Mr. Tillman called this to my attention several weeks ago. We've done some research, and this actually came up 2 years ago with some parents coming to the board. It just didn't go anywhere. I can't speak to why it didn't go anywhere. So we have done some preliminary work. If it's the board's pleasure that we make that program change, of course, we're happy to do so. We would just need to know what, if any, additional information the board needs.
And that's what I'm looking for. Do we have a consensus still to move forward and allow it to happen?
For my part, as Dr. Flores, I would support that because I went and visited there.
Yeah.
I was there for a whole afternoon, and teachers have the curriculum, they have the space, etc. Yeah.
I agree. And to me, this is one of the things where Dr. Hill says is cookies instead of, what is it, spinach, Dr. Hill?
Spinach.
So
you're muted.
Well, I did say we need to bake more cookies and cook less spinach, but and I think the idea is great, but I think we should put it on the agenda because moving from 6th grade to 7th grade is we're talking about apples and oranges because you're moving from one teacher per class to students going with 7 teachers.
So I'm all for it. If you want to agendize it, that's fine with me.
If we can that would be my recommendation.
Okay, if we have consensus from the board, we can definitely do that. Is there any other objections? I'll make a note, Dr. Volkmer, make a note, and we can bring it back because I know there was some work done around it. I don't know, it kind of paused on it, but there was a couple of things that
I remember I kept pushing, then finally Dr. Marsden came back and said we're going to do it next school year, and it's a done deal, so I left it alone.
Yeah. So we'll agendize it, and perhaps Dr. Volkmer, you'll be able to just get up to speed on those that are still here. We'll maybe be able to give you any other input that we needed. So when we have the discussion to move forward, I think that'd be great.
Happy to do it.
Okay, thank you.
And then again, I want to thank the staff for the presentation tonight. I want to thank the parents and community members and actually teachers and other employees for continuing to give us feedback so we can design the best solution for the problem we have before us. And I think if we continue to work together and keep giving input, and I'm not even going to say, I wasn't going to say stay calm, but you really can't stay calm with this. There's a lot of anxiety right now, a lot of even to the point of panic that people, it's a lot of stress right now. So I think the goal is just for us to just try to find the best solutions possible. And at the same time, realizing the main goal is to keep people as safe as possible. And I think we're moving in the right direction. So thank you to everyone that's helping us create the best educational vehicle for all our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Thank you so much. I have 3 things. And the first one is I got an alert yesterday from Ed Trust West to sign on to a letter to Speaker Nancy Pelosi in support of, I'll read the first paragraph, in support of okay, here it goes. We write to you as concerned Californians to urge you to ensure that the next COVID-19 relief package includes $4 to $5 billion in direct funding for student and educator home internet connectivity. We greatly appreciated your efforts to address this in the HEROES Act, but we were shocked that the latest Senate COVID relief bill provided no money for it. We strongly encourage you to make securing one-time emergency funding for the Federal Communications Commission E-rate program to close the homework gap a major priority in your current negotiations. So Ed Trust West was asking, do school districts want to sign on? And I sent the email to President Rogers and to Dr. Volkemer. And then the next 2 paragraphs just tell why we need it. And the last one is, we appreciate you, making sure that it's in there. So I wanted to ask for consensus for the board, if we could, sign on, since she is from California and we do need that money for the E-rate. So that's what I'm asking for consensus, board.
Board, is there any comments? I've had a chance to briefly look at it as well. If you need more information on it, or if not.
Tomorrow's the deadline. Tomorrow's the deadline to send it. So I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah. So we probably need to get the information to them. I don't know if we can move that fast, board. I'm not hearing or seeing any comments on it.
Are you guys listening?
This is Margaret Hill. As long as we're in compliance and we can do it, I'm in support of it, because I know we need additional funding to make sure we.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hear. So Dr. Volkemer, I think that you have the information as well, and
we'll
we
get
would like
prepared for you.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to
I
support.
sent you the letter, Dr. Volkemer. I'll send you the email and where you're supposed to send it to, so you can do it on our behalf. Okay. Okay, great.
Sounds good.
Okay, the second announcement I have is I'd like to invite everybody to the California Latino School Boards Association webinar on April 19th, and it's focused on dismantling systemic racism. And we're going to have all the ethnic school board member associations, California Black School Board school board members will be represented. Our Asian brothers and sisters will be represented. Our Native American, of course, the Latinos will be represented. And so, it'll be an hour and a half. And so I just wanted to announce that. I'll send it to Karen so she can send it out. And I saw that you registered.
Yes, I did.
President Rogers already.
I did.
So that's great. And then my last comment is that we just make sure we follow up in terms of making sure all our kids get devices, the ones that are defective, make sure that we, are proactive in replacing those as quickly as possible. I know we've been getting emails, board members have been getting emails, and I know that you, Eric and Dr. Volkemer, are responding quickly. I send them over. And then the whole issue of Wi-Fi connectivity, I really think that we have to address whoever our carriers are. We have to demand that, that's big money that we're paying. And we have to, demand that they upgrade their cell towers or whatever it is they do, because we have areas that are not do not have access. So thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Flores, we'll look. I know you'll send that information out. Dr. Hill had asked, was it April or August? And I can't remember. Right?
It's August. August.
Okay. All righty.
You mean August 19th? Did I say April?
I think you said April. So
I'm sorry, I meant August.
Okay. All right.
It's late.
I know. Thank you for that. Let me see. Somebody said they're getting in line.
That's my.
Is that really possible? Mr. Gallo?
And I did correct myself. It's getting in line.
Is it
I don't know. It's debatable with some of your comments. But in any case, I just kind of wanted to add to Dr. Hill's comments about CAPS. I think there's an opportunity here for CAPS to actually incorporate some strategic assistance in assisting those students that may find it difficult to participate during the regular work day and school day because their parents are working, they're maybe too young to be left alone to get in and without any guidance and things. So I would encourage us to consider adding that strategy to our CAPS program.
Thank you.
That's my comments.
Thank you. Are you out of line now? You're going to be out of line. Okay,
I'm always out of line, as you know.
I know. Thank you for admitting it. Okay, Dr. Wyatt.
I thought it said lie, and if he's talking, it makes you wonder something.
You just, I don't know what kind of English lessons you had, Scott.
They are proper ones in public school, sir. So, no, I just wanted to, like many of my colleagues have said throughout the evening, welcome everybody back, our students, our families, our parents, our staff, and here we go, another amazing year. And, we ended the year with a lot of speculation, and we exited last year with speculation, entering this year with optimism and tremendous hope. And, we always talk about making hope happen for our students and our community, and we're going to continue to do so. And it's a huge year for me as a parent. My son's a senior, so I'm right there with you folks as parents with this just insurmountable task and challenge in front of us. But I know, like all of us, we're going to get through it, and he's going to succeed as a young man and a student. And regardless of the challenges we have before us, we're going to work with our teachers and our staff at his school and make sure we do our very best on our end too, as a student and a parent, because we have our part to do as well. And, there is some big challenges out there still with technology. I know we're saying, we got to get a device in every student's hands, and I want to make sure we do that as well. If we have students with devices that are not functioning properly, if we could exchange those quickly, because one day lost or one period lost is learning loss. So we need to make sure that when our parents and our students are contacting us, that we get those done. I did have a parent I was even conversing with via messaging right now that has been calling our line. I think it's our 866 line, or the line that we're advertising on social media in regards to needing a device. And the parent stated, "Oh, I've left a lot of message and got no return message." So if we could follow up on that and just make sure, that our parents are leaving messages. We may be getting inundated from that at the beginning of the school year. I could perfectly understand, but that we get back to them as soon as possible. And, just to ask everybody to be patient during this time, to be kind as well. There is a high level of anxiety. I've been meeting with my staff, and we said, give us a one-word thought. And anxiety came out a lot today from a lot of our staff. So I understand completely as staff and as parents, as students. So this board and this district has erred tremendously on the side of caution and safety, and we've kept that in mind the whole time. It's been our number one priority coming back to school. So I just want to continue to reassure our staff and our community and our students that we're going to do our very best to ensure their safety, but also the most conducive learning environment that we possibly can during distance learning. So welcome back, everyone. This is now with the class of 2021. Is that correct, I believe? And so I got to get ready for that. I'm excited. I'm excited for this new year and looking forward to everything. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, team. Thank you, Executive Cabinet. And thank you, my colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And Ms. Rosales Medina, I didn't see you in the chat, but I definitely
Yeah,
don't
no,
want
no,
to
I
leave
do.
you
I
out.
was just waiting until the end.
Okay, all right.
And I know it's right before you. So I just have a few concerns, and I think it wasn't brought up in the PowerPoint, but I feel like it should be brought up maybe through a different presentation. And that's with regards to special ed and trying to see what we're doing to help support them. You know, right now, and it's like I get the pressures as well as maybe many of you board members. What are we doing to make sure that we're providing a quality education for our students with special needs? I know that right now with the beginning of the school year, we're trying to do as much as we can with, this is the first time doing it, so it's going to be an experience. But I do feel like maybe the next phase would be addressing to make sure that we are working with our special ed students. And what does that really look like for the moderate to severe and so forth, especially with technology. If they have shorter attention spans for some, what does that look like, you know, on the computer? So even if it's just an update to see what we're doing to make sure. So when I do have these conversations with parents, and they reach out, I definitely know what to say with what we're planning to do. And other than that, Dr. Wyatt mentioned the 2021, my son's a senior, and he is already worried about, yes, he's already worried about, you know, prom, all the exciting things the senior year and students would do. He mentioned, Mom, why don't we do a Minecraft or some way where they can actually, you know, socialize visually through maybe a virtual setting. So I don't know if that's even possible, but I would like for the district to look into that just in case. I mean, God willing, everything goes well and we come back on campus, students come back on campus. But this, just in case, maybe we should start looking for an alternative through some type of virtual program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And I agree with you. I think, you know, just how innovative we've been from the start of this. Why not start looking at those things again? I think that's what got us in the place that we're in now, which is a good place. And I have to say, I think the scariest part of hearing this presentation was to see what our attendance looked like, because if we couldn't capture our kids, that is a scary thing. That means they're completely disconnected. I also think we do need to add our special needs students to the numbers as well, as to see where we are with that as well. I think that's very important. But of course, as we said on Monday, I want to say welcome back to everyone. I'm so proud of the parents and the students. A lot of them are posting on social media. I appreciate them. I did my own little post just to encourage and just to let them know we wanted to see them. We wanted to hear from them. We know it's different, but we definitely are here for them. All of the comments that we're getting, I'm glad someone mentioned again about just, I was on the call when we tried to do the call in, so needs a little perfecting a little bit more because we don't want people left out. But I also want to mention, we probably all maybe got a text tonight. Seems like those that wanted to give some public comments, maybe the cutoff somewhere in a couple of minutes, but I encourage us to make sure it is 4:30 on the dot or whatever that time frame is, you know, that we're doing it at the minute, because sometimes, you know, people are in there. I don't know if it jams up one at a time, but just make sure we're looking at that. I want to also say for our websites, I don't know, I haven't looked at them, but I know in this type of virtual world we're in, everyone is relying on websites to kind of get information in the later times of the day. So I don't know what the district is doing at their school sites, but we're referring back to school sites, which means if they can't get in touch with someone, at least some updated information or whatever is going on that these parents may need to know, or the schedule, or all of those things should be personalized to the individual sites. Because I think a lot of calls that I'm getting, it's like it's not a one size conversation. So if I'm talking to a high school parent, that information is not for the elementary student. So I definitely think that we need to look at that and make sure. I also, sounds like a number of things we talked about, we should be carrying on to our lobbyists again as we develop these things that we need them to push for, because I know you guys are hearing this and it's like, okay, so then after this meeting, who's pushing it on? But what I also feel is, especially our employers, we in education, and I'm proud of this team and proud of our early, entry into this, but also, we want to collaborate, which is why we had an education committee. We want to talk to our city and our county, because again, those are the people that employ our family members. And so while we're trying to make adjustments, we need to hear what type of adjustments that they are able to make or can make for families as well. It's not a one side, and our district is so great. We try to answer the call to everything. And I think that's good because we're very innovative. But in my other conversations, and in the business mindset of it, a lot of information is not being required of that conversation with employers. We can't change the way we do education and then the rest of the world stays the same. So we need to begin, and hopefully we can begin to have our conversations even beyond the city and with our counties, because that's where the majority of people are. So we can all get on the same page, where if parents are having difficulties, maybe they can't work 8 to 5 anymore. Maybe the standard things, those things can't happen anymore. But I do want to say to our parents and to our students and to our staff, welcome back. We're here for you. We appreciate you. As has been said over and over again, yes, we are all in this together because we have to adjust with internet things. So we feel your pain. We know what you're going through, and we appreciate you. So those are all of our board comments. We're now going to move to 9.2, superintendent and staff.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, happy second day of school. I want to extend a huge thank you to all of the classified employees, all of our teachers and our certificated support staff, all of our managers. I want to thank the board for their leadership. Someone used the term heavy lift or huge lift earlier in the meeting, and it has been a very, very huge lift. We know it's not perfect yet. We know there's a lot of stress and a lot of concern out there. Even for the people that are, doing it well and on top of it, we know that it creates a little extra tension. In a video message that I put out yesterday for the first day of school, I mentioned the importance of giving each other and giving ourselves grace and having patience. And I think it's really important as we move forward. I'm so appreciative, board, of your feedback this evening, of the feedback from our community. That's, it's our job to be responsive to our community. And the more that the community shares with us, the more we learn about the very different situations that are out there, we can be responsive to those situations. And I'll share with you and share with the community. Cabinet meets every morning except for Fridays. And sometimes we wind up meeting on Fridays too. But we meet every morning to problem solve and say, okay, what did we learn yesterday that we can apply today? And what new thing do we know that we're going to have to respond to that we didn't know yesterday? And that's an ongoing process. So I'm looking forward to us getting better every day as we move forward and just delivering the very best for our community. Just some recognitions that I'm very happy to share with you. I want to congratulate budding author and Belvedere Elementary School first grade student Liliana Gonzalez, who submitted a book to Detective Sherlock Mouse, who is Footsteps to Brilliance mascot, through a Create a Book feature. I want to give a thank you also to Liliana's mother, Mrs. Enriquez, her teacher, Mrs. Juarez, and principal, Ms. Rios, for their support of Liliana in her creative writing process. So congratulations, Liliana. I hope you're not still up. I hope you're getting rest, but you can look at this tape delay tomorrow, and all of us.
Congratulations, yes.
Congratulations. Also, another student we want to recognize in the July 23rd edition of the Highland Community News, Bank of America announced that San Gorgonio High School senior Alicia Ramirez is participating in a paid summer internship experience of leadership, civic engagement, and workforce skills building. Over 200 students applied to participate in the program from Riverside and San Bernardino counties, and only 4 Inland Empire students were selected to participate. Wow. Alicia was one of them. So we want to give a big shout out to Alicia from San Gorgonio High School. Go Spartans.
Yay.
Want to recognize and congratulate Nikki Deppman, who was recently elected to serve as a long-term community member. We all know Nikki, to serve as the CSBA Public Affairs and Community Engagement Representative. That stands for PACER. For the San Bernardino division, she'll be working with us. PACER is designed to develop and organize the political capacity and influence of governing board members throughout the state, as well as strengthen the interaction and connection between CSBA and its members. So Nikki, if you're watching, we look forward to working with you in your new capacity.
Congratulations, Nikki.
Then we want to recognize Dr. Margaret Hill, who will be a featured speaker at the Susan G. Komen Circle of Promise event on August 27th from 9 to 11. And on the brochure, when it listed Dr. Hill, it was under the title Back by Popular Demand. So this is not her first go around apparently, but if you'd like
Congratulations.
Dr. Hill on August 27th, she'll be presenting during that time frame. I want to congratulate our two newest cabinet members. It's been, and just on a personal note, it's been very gratifying to watch these two people grow, their growth and their progression in the district. It's very exciting to add to executive cabinet persons of this high caliber to our team. We know they're going to do terrific work. So congratulations to Dr. Rodriguez for being now the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Dr. Funchess as the new Assistant Superintendent of HR. Of course, with Dr. Funchess coming on board, we'll get to give Tom Halderson a well-deserved break. And I just have to say, I am so appreciative of Tom's willingness to step up in the midst of trying times. Tom and I go way, 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 way back. When I first asked Tom to stand in the gap, I don't think either one of us had any idea what was in store for him and what he'd encountered. And he's been just an outstanding pinch hitter and member of our cabinet.
Thank you. All right. Scroll to the right.
Madam President, I also want to thank Mr. Halderson for stepping up to the plate. He's just been phenomenal. Has such integrity. Tom, you're just have just been there, and given all that we've gone through, you just led us steady state, and that's what we needed. And just thank you so much. And I'm sure that we'll bring you back because I don't think we're done with your help, right, Dr. Volkemer?
As I said earlier, we have a plan.
We have a plan, yes. So thank you so much, Tom.
So you haven't given your last as presented. Okay, 10.0 consent items.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Mike, did you say moved?
Yes, move to approve.
I say second.
Okay, great.
I need to pull an item.
Yes, she does.
I need to recuse myself from item 10.18. So do I need to leave the meeting, really leave the meeting, or can I just leave the room and let you see I'm not at my station?
You need to walk outside your house right now.
I've already set my alarm. You hear noise.
Don't tell Dr. Hill to do that. Oh my word.
No, I'm not leaving out the door. I'll run around the room and come back.
Okay,
Yeah,
click off so we can't click off and click off, or click off your camera as well as your volume.
Well,
okay.
Margaret can participate in the remainder of the action, the consent items.
If she's still there, I think we kicked her to.
Oh, okay.
I was a little nosy.
Okay, so we have that one pulled. Any others? No? Okay, great. All right, it's been second, right? Okay, Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Thank you. Motion carried. All right, Dr. Hill is gone. I don't see her on my screen. She's off. 10.1.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second.
I'll give Barbara that one.
Any discussion? If not, Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Someone virtually tell Dr. Hill to come back.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I'll text her.
Okay, thank you. We're at 11.1. Okay, I'm gonna read. Okay, it's 11.1 personnel report number 2 dated August 4th.
As presented.
There it is.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and
Discussion.
Is there?
Hey, Tom, on page 347 of the, I'm just teasing.
Oh, why? All right. It's been moved
I bet I scared Tom for a minute.
No discussion, correct? Other than, Mike and his getting in line. Dr. Flores.
Okay, let me unmute.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Wyatt. Oh my goodness, he said yes. I hope Karen saw him. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Oh, and Gwen Rogers. Did I get everybody? Aye.
What about me?
Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, I thought Abigail's voice got really deep there for a second. But
yeah, I heard two voices at the same time.
I'll say aye.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. It's late. Stop it. Motion carried. All right, 11.2. Approval of the Special Education Memorandum of Understanding by and between Ballington Academy for the Arts and Science and San Bernardino City Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I heard a second as well. Okay, is there any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. The next one is 11.3, acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 4119.3, Personnel Certificated Rules of Conduct, first reading, Human Resources.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Discussion.
I just wanted to say, as part of the policy committee, I wanted to thank the cabinet and Dr. Volkemer. All of us worked on this, and not just this one, but the other two that are coming forth. And we were very diligent about it, board. And I think that, you probably had a chance to read it, but I think we did a very thorough job of it.
I think so too.
Thank you. And I definitely want to applaud you all, because all of a sudden, we were in this virtual world. We needed to get these policies, before us, and you guys worked diligently. I know you've been having a number of meetings, probably got some more coming up, but I personally want to thank you all for just getting together and getting it done. Even though you had to take Dr. Wyatt and just take him out.
It was Dr. Hill and Miss Medina Rosales.
Yeah, we needed to update and make sure we knew who was on what committees, because it, it was all a blur. But thank you all. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All right, Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
I feel left out.
Thank
I feel left out.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you all. 11.4, acceptance of the amendments. Did I go to? Yeah. Acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 5145.9, students hate motivated behavior, first reading.
So moved. Second.
Okay. I'll let you go ahead.
One of the two.
Go ahead. Let Margaret move and
Karen, we're going down for you. We're sorry. Okay, we got it.
Abigail, second.
And I heard a second. All right, discussion. Any discussion? Wow. Okay.
Call for the vote.
I am. And again, I want to say, again, this is a heavy lift right now during a very crucial time. And not only did we take action on one end, we came in and looked at the policy. So I appreciate you all in the policy committee for moving this along. All right, Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye, proudly.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. It's so good when I can see you all at the same time on one screen. Okay, 11.5, acceptance of new board policy 0470, COVID-19 mitigation plan, first reading.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Is there any discussion?
I would like to thank Dr. Monitis for taking the lead on this. It's 20 pages long, and we read every single line and went through it thoroughly. And so it was very, very, how would I say, mindful on our part, and took into a lot of considerations and regulations and so forth. So, and just thank the cabinet as well for helping us, plod through it. It was a long process.
Right.
So,
I agree.
Any other comments? Again, policy committee, you all rock. You guys have got through this with the district.
Yeah, Dr. Hill and Miss Medina and myself had lots of input and different considerations and so forth. And we just didn't read it once; we read it several times. So 3 times. So anyway, yeah,
we were very thorough, and and with the leadership of Dr. Menares, we got through it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Again, kudos and thank you guys for that, because that helps us in guiding the things we want to do moving forward. All right, I'll call for the vote at this time. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Well, we are there at 12.0. Review a board request. Dr. Menares, how many pieces of paper did you use tonight?
There were quite a few tonight. I hope I captured it. So I'm going to start with, there was some dialogue between Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores, but I think it really comes down to you're asking us to find creative ways for connectivity for our families and our students. So whether that's working with our providers or getting hotspots, finding out what part of the community the hotspots are, we need to do something different for, but just being very creative in how we do that. So I'm going to capture it in that way, if that is okay with the two of you. I know Dr. Flores asked specifically also what is our broadband capacity currently. So we'll get that information for you, Dr. Flores. The next one, and this came initially from from Mr. Tillman, but I think Dr. Hill spoke to it as well. There was a request to have a town hall meeting specifically around distance learning and this synchronous and asynchronous. And then Dr. Hill also spoke about having a space to be able to hear from our parents in terms of concerns. So we'll look into that. And then Mr. Tillman, you also asked about the communication with our teachers around distance learning and synchronous and asynchronous, and what space could we do that in? You mentioned our MOU, so we'll work with Ed Services and our principals to figure that out, to make sure we're all communicating the same thing.
Yeah, especially the part about the tenants and have parents sign in. Yes.
Absolutely. Then from there, I have it in a couple places. So give me a second. Public comment came in. All right. So then we pick up after public comment. And so there was, and this was from Ms. Rosales Medina, having different ways to advertise, not only just the start of school, but also helplines for our families. So whether that's on billboards or bus stops or just different ways to get that information out to the community.
Right,
that
and I also want to add what Dr. Flores mentioned. You know, I know churches are not able to gather, but just reaching out to, maybe they're able to either call or find a way that we can try to reach out to them.
Thank you. We'll add churches to that. Just maybe they have newsletters or different things that they work with their families on. Absolutely. Mr. Tillman had asked that we have a plan for when we bring back, or when we can start bringing back students. I wrote down K2, but just our younger students in a regular school model, and that we start planning for that. So I think you heard that tonight, Mr. Tillman, but we'll capture it as well.
Most definitely. And of course, you want the data to drive where the biggest need is. Thank you.
Exactly. Dr. Flores asked that we create some kind of digital space for our teachers and our parents to share what is working. So kind of best practices and how they're navigating through this, but having some space by which we're sharing information. And then I think, yes, it was Ms. Rosales Medina added to add a hashtag to that, so it's easy to track. So we heard afterwards that we had a hashtag for the first day of school, so we'll look into something like that. But again, to help people share best practices in our community. So we'll look into that.
For both teachers and parents.
Teachers and parents, yes. Right. Ms. Rosales Medina asked about can we provide some kind of divider or something for parents, like what we showed in that one picture, the science board dividers, or just investigate additional resources.
Investigate it. I mean, it would be. I mean, I know if I didn't have a fence, I would take advantage of that. But just an idea. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Mr. Tillman asked that we look into virtual backgrounds as a possible a standard of practice, and then find ways to mute background noise. So we'll work with our IT and our technology people to see what those options are.
And I also added, perhaps they could do the mascot and their colors.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd say we check into Danny's background.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. It's election year for you. A lot of people
oh my God.
That's the bad news for the community, right, Danny?
Dr. Menard has the floor. We hear you.
Mr.
Yeah, it's getting late. Madam President, move on.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tillman asked just to, again, and then you've said this many times, Mr. Tillman, to make sure we have ordered plenty of Chromebooks and that we have extras for swapping. And I do know that is the practice, so I captured that. Dr. Flores asked that we take that instructional model, the progression of the instructional models, and we have that translated into our frequent languages for our families, and that we get that out to our families and then to our teachers. And in addition to that, then the next slide that shows the decision-making process, if you will.
Right, not just our teachers, all of our employees, our classified people also need to know what's going on. So the infographic is beautiful.
Okay.
Both of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Hill asked that we make sure that we're using our school marquees to communicate with our parents, which is a great idea, and the basic information, right? Phone numbers or those type of things. So we'll work with our principals to make sure that is happening. And this is Dr. Hill, this is when you talked about having some kind of survey or a way to gather the concerns from our parents, and you mentioned the town halls. So just what I hear in that is you're just looking for a space where we can make sure we're gathering information from our parents, and then we can be responsive. Dr. Hill, you also talked about having caps for our pre-K, kinder, probably first grade students who are up early in the morning. So a sunrise caps, if you will, but that would be engaging and fun, get the kiddos up, and then that would then be the vehicle into making sure they're logging in. So we can work with the cap providers on that. Let's see, and Mr. Gallo, you also added to that, I have a little further down, but here it is, to look at CAPS as an additional strategy or support to support our families, especially our working families. So just be working with our CAPS providers in that area. to support our working families. The board agreed to agendize the conversation about Norton going to a 7th grade, and so that will be agendized. The board agreed to submit a signed letter that was submitted to be submitted to Nancy Pelosi to garner additional funds for the district during this era. Both Dr. Flores and Dr. Wyatt asked that we follow up to make sure that all of our students have devices if they're defective. So just to really make sure that our children can participate in distance learning 100%. So to be very diligent about that. Ms. Rosales Medina and requested an update on the special ed distance learning and what that's looking like. You mentioned for our moderate severe, but we can talk about the different settings and the supports that are going out there. Ms. Rogers also asked for that as well, so we can bring that back for you. Let's see. Ms. Rogers asked that we work with our schools to update the school websites, make sure that that is happening. So again, we'll work with our principals. And then the last one is, and I hope I captured this right, Ms. Rogers, to really look at collaborating and communicating with our county employees or like the county level employers.
County level, city, we need to begin to engage around the conversation that we're having. We're having a conversation of what we can only do in education, but that doesn't stop the conversation. Let's begin to engage the county. Just like everyone went to the county and said, let's erase racism. And, we have to engage others right here because they may be, need to be forward thinking about some things that they may be able to do to accommodate times, families come to work, that type of thing. So right. We work with workforce investment. Let's begin to have those conversations.
Yep. So we're not carrying it all by ourselves. In other words, we are all in this together. Okay, and so that is it. I think I captured it all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we all captured it all. If we didn't, we'll probably be back the same time next time. But thank you all to our community for watching. Welcome back. We're here for you. We're all in it together. We know that for sure, but we're here to be the resource that you need. We're here to make sure that whatever fears you may have, we can support you and we can help you. Again, we want to celebrate our students being back. So again, feel free to continue to post on my social media because it makes me smile to know that we are working on behalf of those students because that's why we are here and that's why we do what we do. Is there a motion to?
So moved.
To adjourn.
Thank you so much. We will see you all next time. Meeting is adjourned. And
good night, everyone. Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Are they still? What is Danny?
Good night.
Bye. Good night, everybody.